Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me. So if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was Sauron's parent? The Department of Mysteries was on fire. Harry Potter, 7 years old and still wearing his cousin's hand, me downs 3 sizes too big, pressed himself against a cold stone wall while adults screamed and ran past him. Red light, green light. Something that looked like purple lightning crackling across the ceiling. He didn't understand any of it. He just knew that Aunt Petunia had dragged him here after strange men in robes appeared at Privet Drive, and now everything was exploding. His heart was beating so fast, he could feel it in his throat. Sweat dripped down his forehead, stinging his eyes. The air smelled like burning and something else, something sharp that made his nose itch. "Get the boy!" Someone shouted from somewhere to his left. "Protect Potter!" Another voice, this one closer. "Potter!" That was him. Harry Potter. The boy they kept calling important. Even though he slept in a cupboard under the stairs and got beaten whenever Uncle Vernon was in a bad mood. Even though Aunt Petunia made him cook breakfast every morning and then only let him have the burnt bits Dudley threw at him. Even though he'd never felt important a single day in his whole miserable life. A woman with bright pink hair suddenly grabbed his arm. She was young, maybe in her 20s, with a kind face that was currently twisted with fear. "Come on, love, we need to move." "Stay close to me." "Yeah." "Who are you?" Harry asked, but she was already pulling him along, and his question got lost in another explosion that shook the walls. Harry stumbled after her, his 2 big trainers slapping against the stone floor. The laces were untied because he'd never learned to tie them properly, and he nearly tripped twice in the first 10 feet. They were in some kind of underground place. Torches lined the walls, but they burned blue instead of orange, casting everything in a weird, cold light. Doors everywhere. Rooms that seemed to spin when you looked at them. His head hurt from trying to make sense of it all. "Tunks, behind you!" a man yelled. The pink-haired woman, Tunks apparently, spun around. She was fast, but not fast enough. A jet of red light hit her square in the chest before she could even raise her wand. She went down hard, her grip on Harry's arm ripping away as she collapsed onto the stone floor. Harry froze. The woman's eyes were open but empty, not blinking, not moving. Her chest wasn't rising and falling like it should. Was she dead? Was she just sleeping? Harry had never seen anyone die before, not really. And he didn't know what it looked like. Tunks? The man who'd shouted was fighting 2 people in black masks at once. He had scars on his face and a weird eye that spun in its socket. "Run, Harry! Get out of here!" "But she's hurt. She needs help. I can't just leave her." "Run!" So Harry ran. He had no idea where he was going. Through a door. Down a corridor, another door. The sounds of fighting faded behind him, replaced by his own ragged breathing and the slap of his feet against stone. His lungs burned. His legs ached. He wasn't used to running. The Dursleys never let him play sports or do anything that might make him stronger or faster than their precious Dudley. He pushed through another door and stopped dead. The room was enormous. Bigger than any room he'd ever seen. Bigger even than the gymnasium at Dudley's fancy school that Harry wasn't allowed to attend. Stone benches descended in a circle toward the center, like some kind of ancient stadium or theater, and in the middle, on a raised platform of cracked black stone, stood an archway. The archway was made of something dark, maybe obsidian, maybe just stone so old it had forgotten what color it used to be. It looked ancient, older than the building around it, older than anything Harry had ever seen. And inside the archway hung a veil, thin and gray and rippling, even though there was no wind. Harry walked toward it without meaning to. His feet just moved on their own, carrying him down the stone steps one at a time. He could hear something. Voices. Whispers. They were calling to him, saying his name. "Harry! Come to us, Harry! We've been waiting for you. So long. So long." He was at the base of the platform now. The veil fluttered, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry thought he could see shapes behind it. People. Shadows. His mom. His dad. The Dursleys never talked about them, except to say they died in a car crash. Drunk and worthless. A burden until the very end. But maybe they were in there. Maybe they wanted to see him. Maybe they could explain why everyone kept saying he was important, when he'd never felt like anything but garbage. "Mum," he whispered, reaching out toward the veil. "Dad, is that you?" The door behind him exploded off its hinges. Harry spun around, his heart slamming against his ribs. A man stood in the doorway, tall and thin, wearing black robes and a silver mask that covered everything except his eyes. Cold eyes. Cruel eyes. Eyes that looked at Harry like he was a bug to be squashed. "There you are, little Potter." The man's voice was silky and amused, like this was all a game to him. "The Dark Lord will be so pleased. He's been looking for you for such a long time." Harry backed up. 1 step. 2. His heel hit the edge of the platform. "Don't run, boy." The masked man advanced slowly, wand held loosely in his hand. "It'll only hurt more if you run. Trust me on that. I've killed plenty of people who tried to run. It never ends well for them. Stay away from me." Harry's voice came out high and shaky. He hated how scared he sounded. "No. Now. Is that any way to talk to your betters?" The man laughed. "Come along quietly, and I might ask the Dark Lord to make it quick. Keep being difficult and, well," he shrugged. "I'm sure he can find some creative uses for a famous little boy who doesn't know his place." Harry took another step back. The whispers were louder now, screaming in his head, pulling at him. His scar burst into pain, white, hot and blinding, and he screamed. It felt like someone was driving a nail into his skull. He grabbed his forehead, doubling over. "What's this?" The masked man paused, head tilting. "Interesting. The Dark Lord will definitely want to know about." Harry didn't hear the rest. The pain was too much. The whispers were too loud. He stepped backward, trying to get away from all of it, and his foot found nothing but air. He fell backward through the veil. The world turned inside out. There was no up or down, no left or right, no light or dark, just falling. Endless falling through nothing and everything at once. Colors that didn't have names. Sounds that weren't sounds. Sensations that shouldn't exist pressing against his skin, crawling into his ears, filling his mouth with tastes that made him want to scream. Harry tried to scream, but he had no mouth. Tried to breathe, but he had no lungs. He was being pulled apart, and put back together and pulled apart again, over and over. Like someone was trying to figure out how he worked by breaking him into pieces. The pain in his scar spread through his whole body. He was fire, he was ice. He was everything and nothing. And then, after what felt like years, he hit the ground. Hard. Harry gasped, sucking in air that tasted like metal and rotten eggs. His whole body hurt. His ribs ached from the impact. His hands stung where they'd scraped against something rough and gritty. His head was pounding, the pain in his scar slowly fading to a dull throb. He opened his eyes and saw gray. Gray ground, gray sky, gray everything? No, not gray. Ash. He was lying face down in ash. It was everywhere. Covering the ground in a thick layer, drifting down from the sky like dirty snow. Harry pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, coughing as the stuff got into his mouth and nose. It tasted even worse than it smelled, like licking the inside of a fireplace that someone had used to burn garbage. His glasses were cracked. One lens had a spider web of fractures running through it, and the other was missing entirely, fallen out somewhere during his fall. Great. As if things weren't bad enough already. Where was he? He looked around, squinting through his one good lens. Nothing but flat, dead land in every direction. The ground was black and gray, cracked and broken like old dried mud, with nothing growing anywhere. No trees, no grass, not even weeds. In the distance, he could see mountains, but they were wrong somehow. Red light glowed from their peaks. Smoke rose in thick columns, blending with the ash, filled sky until you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Volcanoes. Those were volcanoes. Harry's stomach dropped. This wasn't England. This wasn't anywhere he'd ever seen, on telly or in the books. He sometimes snuck from Dudley's room when no one was watching. This was somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that looked like the end of the world. He stood up on shaky legs. His oversized clothes hung off him, covered in ash, making him look even smaller and skinnier than he actually was. His trainers were coming apart at the seams, the soles worn so thin he could feel every pebble through them. He was cold despite the heat radiating up from the ground, and his throat was already dry. "Hello." His voice came out as a croak. He coughed, cleared his throat, tried again. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" Nothing answered. Just the distant rumble of the volcanoes and the hiss of wind carrying more ash across the barren plain. Harry hugged himself, trying to stop shaking. It didn't work. He picked a direction toward one of the distant mountains, because at least it was something to aim for, and started walking. The Dursleys always told him he was useless, stupid, a burden. Maybe they were right. A smart kid would know what to do right now. A smart kid wouldn't have fallen through a magic curtain into the middle of nowhere. A smart kid would have figured out a way to escape from those masked people without running into a creepy room full of whispers. But Harry wasn't smart. He was just Harry. And right now, Harry was very, very lost. He walked for what felt like hours. The light never changed. It stayed that same ugly gray-orange, like the sun was trying to shine through a dirty window and failing. His feet hurt. His legs burned. His stomach was so empty, it had stopped growling and started just aching, a constant dull pain below his ribs. He hadn't eaten since breakfast at the Dursleys', and that had just been a piece of stale bread that Dudley had thrown at his head as a joke. Harry had caught it and eaten it anyway, because you didn't waste food when you never knew when your next meal would come. The landscape didn't change. Just more ash, more cracked ground, more distant volcanoes belching smoke into the sky. Harry's throat was so dry it hurt to swallow. His lips were cracking. He was pretty sure you could die from not having water. How long did that take? A few days. Less. He was about to sit down and give up when he heard it. Drums. Deep, booming drums coming from somewhere ahead. And underneath them, voices. Harsh, guttural voices shouting in a language Harry didn't understand. It sounded angry. Violent. Like the people making those sounds were looking for a fight. Harry ducked behind a large boulder, his heart racing. People. There were people here. But the way they sounded, he pressed himself against the rock, barely breathing, and peeked around the edge. His blood turned to ice. They weren't people. Not really. Not like any people Harry had ever seen. There were maybe 20 of them, marching in a rough column across the ash plain. They had gray-green skin covered in scars and crude tattoos. Their faces were flat and brutal, with yellow eyes that glowed faintly in the dim light, and mouths full of jagged teeth like broken glass. Some had tusks jutting up from their lower jaws. Some had pointed ears like bats. All of them were ugly in a way that went beyond looks, ugly in a way that felt wrong, like they shouldn't exist. They wore rusted armor cobbled together from mismatched pieces. Chest plates that didn't fit. Helmets with dents and holes. Shoulder guards, strapped on with leather that was falling apart. They carried weapons that looked like they'd been made from scrap metal. Cleavers with notched edges. Axes covered in old stains. Clubs with nails and broken glass driven through them. One of them stopped. It lifted its head and sniffed the air, nostrils flaring wide. "Oh," it growled, turning toward Harry's hiding spot. Its voice sounded like rocks grinding together. "Something stinks of man, flesh over there." Fresh man, flesh. Harry stopped breathing. He pressed himself flat against the boulder, making himself as small as possible. "You're smelling your own backside, Murgash." Another one laughed. This one was bigger than the first, with a rusted helmet that had spikes welded to the top. It had to duck to avoid scratching them against the boulder as the group passed. "Keep moving. Captain wants us at the outpost by nightfall. We're already late. I'm telling you, Gorbag, I smell something." The first creature, Murgash, was still sniffing, turning in a slow circle. Could be a scout. Could be one of those ranger, filth from the western lands. We should check. And I'm telling you to shut your mouth and keep walking before I shut it for you. But Gorbag, The one with the spiked helmet didn't keep walking. He stopped, sniffing the air himself. His yellow eyes narrowed. "Hold up," he said slowly. The rest of the creatures stopped. "Maybe you're not completely useless after all." Murgosh. Harry's heart was pounding so hard, he was sure they could hear it. Gorbag walked straight toward his boulder. Harry tried to run. He pushed off from the rock and sprinted, his worn-out trainers slipping in the ash. He made it maybe 10 feet before something grabbed the back of his shirt and lifted him clean off the ground. "What's this, then?" Gorbag held Harry up like a kitten, turning him this way and that. Up close, the creature was even more terrifying. Its skin was covered in old scars, its teeth were stained brown, and it smelled like rotting meat and something acidic, like vomit. A man-cub. All the way out here in the middle of the ash plains. The other creatures crowded around, snapping their teeth and laughing. The sound was horrible, like hyenas mixed with crows. "Let's eat him," one of them shouted. "Nah, he's too scrawny. Not enough meat on them bones. Wouldn't even fill one of my teeth." Could use him for sport, though. See how far he runs before he drops. 10 silver says he doesn't make it past the first mile. 20 says he doesn't make it past the first 100 yards. They laughed again. Harry kicked and thrashed, his heart slamming against his ribs. "Let me go! Put me down, please!" Gorbag squeezed, and Harry felt his ribs creak. The creature's hand was massive, covering most of Harry's torso. "Shut your mouth, meat. Nobody asked you to talk." He looked closer at Harry's face, at the scar on his forehead. The amusement faded from his yellow eyes. "Wait, what's this mark? Looks like a lightning bolt," one of the others said, leaning in for a closer look. "I can see that, maggot. But it stinks of something." Gorbag's grip tightened. Harry whimpered. Something wrong. Something bad. Like the black breath, but different. Older, maybe. From somewhere else. The other creatures were backing up now, their yellow eyes suddenly nervous. "Kill it," one of them hissed. "Whatever it is, kill it before it brings trouble. Nothing good comes marked like that. Might be cursed. Could be a trap from the enemy. Some elvish trick. Don't like the feel of it. Makes my skin crawl." Gorbag drew a jagged knife from his belt. It was long and curved and stained with old blood that had turned black in the cracks. Only one way to find out if it's dangerous. Harry saw the blade coming toward his throat. He tried to struggle, tried to scream, but Gorbag's grip was too tight. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The knife was getting closer. Closer. He was going to die. He was going to die, and no one would ever know what happened to him, and the Dursleys would probably be happy and... Something inside him snapped. It started in his chest. A pressure building, like a balloon being inflated inside his rib cage. His scar burned, hotter than it ever had before, so hot he thought his skull might split open. His vision went white, and then something exploded out of him. It wasn't light, it wasn't heat, it was fear. Pure, concentrated terror that slammed into everything around him like a physical force. The creatures screamed. They dropped their weapons and clutched their heads, clawing at their eyes, howling in languages Harry didn't understand. Some of them fell to their knees. Others ran, scrambling over each other in their panic to get away. Gorbag dropped him. Harry hit the ground hard, gasping for air that tasted like ash and copper. He looked up to see the captain staggering backward, his yellow eyes wide with something Harry had never expected to see on a monster's face. Terror. What? Gorbag's voice was shaking. What in the Dark Lord's name are you? Harry didn't have an answer. He didn't know what had just happened. He didn't know what he'd done. All he knew was that one of the smaller creatures wasn't moving. It lay on the ground a few feet away, eyes open and staring at nothing, foam bubbling from its mouth. Dead? It was dead. Harry had killed it. He'd killed something just by being scared. His stomach heaved. He turned and threw up, bile and stomach acid burning his throat, his whole body shaking. He'd never killed anything before, not even a bug. And now this creature was dead because of him, because of whatever he'd done, and he didn't even understand how or why. It felt like the Nazgul. One of the surviving creatures whimpered, pressing itself against the ground. The black breath, the cold, it felt like the Nine but worse. Different. Shut up. Gorbag snarled, but he didn't sound confident anymore. His hand was trembling on his knife. He looked at Harry with new eyes. Calculating eyes. The Eye will want to know about this. Whatever this thing is, the Master needs to see it. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The what? The Eye. The Master. Gorbag's lips pulled back from his teeth in something that might have been a smile. Oh? He'll be very interested in you, man-cub. Very interested indeed. Harry didn't have time to ask what that meant. A sound cut through the air. High and cold, like metal scraping against metal, mixed with a scream that wasn't quite human. It came from above. The creatures threw themselves flat on the ground, pressing their faces into the ash. Even Gorbag dropped to his knees, head bowed. Harry looked up. Something was flying toward them. No, not something. Somethings. Huge winged shapes, blacker than the smoky sky, moving with horrible speed. They looked like dragons, but wrong. Their heads were too long and narrow, their necks too thin, their wings made of something that looked more like dead, leathery skin than scales, and on their backs rode figures in black robes, faceless, shapeless, cloaked in shadow so thick that Harry couldn't see where the robes ended and the darkness began. The cold hit first. It slammed into Harry like a wall of ice, so intense that his breath turned to fog, and his fingers went numb. His scar exploded with pain again, worse than before, and he dropped to his knees with a cry. One of the flying creatures landed, then another, then 3 more. The ground shook with each impact, up close. They were even more terrifying than Harry had imagined. Their eyes were hollow pits filled with nothing. Their beaks were lined with teeth, as long as Harry's arm. They smelled like death and decay, and something older. Something that had no business existing in any world. The figures on their backs didn't move at first. They just sat there, radiating cold and malice, staring at Harry with faces that had no eyes, no features, nothing but darkness under their hoods. Then one of them spoke. "The Master sends his regards." The voice was like nothing Harry had ever heard. It wasn't sound. Not really. It was more like the words were being carved directly into his brain with a frozen knife. It hurt to listen to. Hurt to understand. "He has felt your power," the figure continued. "It is familiar, yet strange. Different from the magic of this world. You will come with us." Harry's teeth were chattering so hard he could barely speak. What if I don't want to?" The figure tilted its hooded head. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Harry heard it. Laughter. Dry and cold and utterly without humor. "That was not an offer, child. That was a command." One of them reached down and grabbed Harry. Its grip wasn't like Gorbag's. It was worse. Far, far worse. It felt like being touched by something that had crawled out of a grave. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that hated everything living. Every instinct Harry had screamed at him to run, to fight, to do anything except let this thing touch him. But he couldn't move. The cold had sunk into his bones, paralyzing him. The figure lifted him onto the back of one of the flying beasts, like he weighed nothing. Harry felt the creature's flesh shift beneath him, cold and rubbery and wrong. "The master awaits," the lead figure said. The creature launched into the air. Harry's stomach dropped as the ground fell away. Wind screamed past his ears, so loud he couldn't hear his own thoughts. The ash-covered wasteland spread out below him, endless and dead, broken only by the glowing volcanoes and a distant shape on the horizon. A tower, black and impossibly tall, stabbing up toward the sky like a finger pointing at the heavens. Red light flickered at its peak. They were heading straight for it. Harry closed his eyes and prayed to anyone listening that he'd wake up back in his cupboard, that this was all just a nightmare, that he'd open his eyes and hear Aunt Petunia banging on the door, telling him to get up and make breakfast. He didn't wake up. This wasn't a dream. Art of the flight lasted hours. Harry lost feeling in his fingers first, then his toes, then his face. The cold from the black, robed figures seeped into everything, turning his blood to slush and his thoughts to mush. He drifted in and out of consciousness, catching glimpses of the landscape below, whenever he managed to force his eyes open. More wasteland. Armies of those gray, skinned creatures marching in formation. Massive forges belching smoke and fire. Walls and trenches and things that might have been catapults or siege engines. Whatever this place was, it was preparing for war. Finally, mercifully, they descended. The tower was even bigger up close. It rose from a base of black stone that seemed to drink in the light, surrounded by walls and trenches and thousands of those gray, skinned creatures swarming like ants. The air here was thick with smoke and the stench of sulfur and hot metal. Heat blasted up from somewhere below, fighting a losing battle against the cold emanating from the flying figures and their riders. They landed on a platform near the top of the tower. Harry was dropped unceremoniously onto the stone floor. He lay there for a long moment, just breathing, trying to get his body to work again. His fingers were blue, his lips felt cracked and numb. "Rise," one of the figures commanded. Harry pushed himself up. His arms shook. His legs felt like jelly. But he stood, because something told him that showing weakness here would be very, very bad. These things, whatever they were, they didn't seem like the type to show mercy to the weak. They led him through corridors of black stone that all looked the same. Torches burned along the walls, but their flames gave off no warmth, just a cold blue light that made everything look dead. Strange symbols were carved into the walls, glowing faintly with a reddish light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Harry tried to memorize the route, thinking maybe he could escape later, but it was impossible. The tower was a maze. Left, right, upstairs, downstairs, through doors that shouldn't fit in the walls. After a while, he gave up and just followed. Finally, they stopped before a massive door. It was made of black iron, taller than any door Harry had ever seen, covered in those same glowing symbols. Just looking at it made his head hurt, made his scar throb. "The Master will see you alone," the lead figure said. Its voice held something new, something that might have been fear, if these things could feel fear. The doors swung open on their own, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Harry walked through. He didn't have a choice. The chamber beyond was dark. Not normal dark, but the kind of dark that felt alive, that pressed against his skin like velvet and crawled into his ears and nose and mouth. A few torches burned along the walls, but their light seemed to stop a few feet from their brackets, eaten by the darkness before it could spread. At the far end of the room, something sat on a throne. It was man-shaped, mostly. Tall and broad, shouldered, wrapped in armor that looked like it had been forged from shadow itself. Its face was hidden in darkness, but Harry could feel eyes on him. Eyes that saw everything. Eyes that burned. "Come closer, child." The voice was different from the black, robed figures. It was deeper, richer, almost pleasant, in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. It sounded like the voice of someone who could convince you to walk off a cliff and thank them for the push. Harry's legs moved on their own, carrying him forward. His footsteps echoed in the silence. When he was maybe 20 feet from the throne, he finally managed to stop. "You are afraid," the figure said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Harry said. His voice came out as a whisper. There was no point lying. Something told him this creature would know if he lied. Good. Fear is the beginning of wisdom. Only fools feel no fear. The figure leaned forward slightly, and for a moment Harry caught a glimpse of a face. Beautiful and terrible, with features that could have been carved from marble and eyes like molten gold. "Do you know who I am, child? I am Sauron, Lord of Mordor, Master of the Dark Tower, the great eye that sees all." The names meant nothing to Harry, but the way Sauron said them made them sound like the most important things in the universe. "And you, little one, are very far from home." Harry's throat tightened. I don't know how I got here. There was fighting, and this weird room, and a curtain, and I fell through, and then—" He trailed off, not sure how to explain what had happened. "Hush." Sauron raised a hand. The gesture was gentle, almost kind, but Harry felt the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical force. "I know how you arrived. The veil between worlds is thin in places, and you, it seems, found one of those thin places. A door that should have remained closed." "Can you send me back?" "Please." "I just want to go home." A pause. Sauron studied him for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was a low, rich sound, and it made Harry feel cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Why would I do that? Because I don't belong here. Because this isn't my world. No, Sauron agreed. You don't. You belong to another world, another time, another war entirely. He rose from the throne in a single fluid motion. He was tall, so tall that Harry had to crane his neck to look at his face, and even then he couldn't quite make out all the features through the darkness. But you are here now, and you possess something interesting. Harry's hand went to his scar without thinking. Yes, Sauron said, watching the movement. That mark, it resonates with power I recognize. Dark power, split power. The kind of power that comes from tearing one's soul. He began to circle Harry slowly, like a predator examining prey. Someone in your world tried to destroy you, didn't they? And failed. Left a piece of themselves inside you instead. Harry didn't understand most of that, but the last part made his stomach flip. A piece. What do you mean, a piece? Off their soul, child, their essence, their very being. Sauron stopped in front of Harry, crouching down to look him in the eye. Up close, his face was less terrifying and more compelling. His features were sharp and perfect, like a statue come to life. It clings to you like a parasite. I can feel it. Weak and fragmented, but there. It is why my Nazgul sensed you from so far away. It is why your fear can kill. The creature. The one Harry had killed with his accidental magic. His stomach churned at the memory. I didn't mean to, he whispered. I didn't know what I was doing. It just happened. No, you didn't. Sauron's voice was almost gentle now. Almost. But you could learn to mean it. You could learn to control it, to wield it as a weapon instead of letting it control you. Why would I want to do that? Sauron tilted his head. Tell me. Harry Potter. What was your life like before you came here? The question caught Harry off guard. How do you know my name? I know many things. I see many things. Answer my question. Harry's jaw tightened. He didn't want to answer. The memories were ugly and shameful, and he'd spent years trying to pretend they didn't matter. That the cupboard was just a small room. That the missed meals were his own fault for being bad. That the beatings were normal, something all kids went through. But before he could say anything, Sauron's golden eyes flashed. Something pressed against Harry's mind, cold and invasive. And suddenly the memories were playing out whether he wanted them to or not. The cupboard under the stairs. Spiders crawling across his face in the dark. The bars on the window of Dudley's second bedroom, after Harry had been moved there for a week, before being put back in the cupboard. Dudley's fists fat and mean. Vernon's belt cracking against his back. Petunia's slaps sharp and sudden. No food for days, because he'd asked a question about his parents. Locked outside in winter, because he'd accidentally made something happen, made a teacher's hair turn blue. Freak. Burden. Worthless. Unwanted. The words repeated over and over every day, until Harry had started to believe them. Harry gasped as the presence withdrew from his mind. He was on his knees somehow, tears streaming down his face, shaking uncontrollably. His head pounded, his scar throbbed. What? Sauron said softly. I see. Harry wiped his face with his sleeve, humiliation burning in his chest. Nobody was supposed to see that. Nobody was supposed to know how bad it really was. "Get out of my head." "I am already out." Sauron's voice held something unexpected. Not pity exactly, not sympathy, but understanding. Recognition. The ones who raised you, they feared you, didn't they? Feared what you were. What you could become. So they tried to break you before you could break them? "They hated me," Harry said bitterly. "They've always hated me. Ever since I was a baby." "Yes, because they were weak. And weakness always despises strength." Sauron stood, towering over Harry once more. "They tried to crush you, Harry. To grind you down until there was nothing left but a scared, broken thing that would do whatever it was told. They almost succeeded." He paused, but not quite. Harry looked up at him. "Why do you care? What does it matter to you?" "Because I see potential," Sauron said. "Because I know what it is to be betrayed by those who should have protected you, to be cast aside and forgotten by those who claim to be wise and good, to be punished for being different." His voice hardened, becoming something ancient and bitter. "The Valar abandoned me long ago. They called me evil for wanting order in a chaotic world, for wanting to build something lasting. Your guardians abandoned you for being different, for being more than they could understand or control. We are not so different, you and I." Harry didn't know who the Valar were, but the words resonated anyway, digging into the deep, wounded parts of him that he usually kept hidden. All his life, he'd been told he was nothing, a freak, a waste of space. And then those magical people had shown up, claiming he was special, important, only to drag him into a fight that got people killed and threw him into another world entirely. Nobody had ever protected him, not really. Not when it mattered. "What do you want from me?" he asked quietly. "I want to teach you," Sauron said, "to show you what you truly are. Not a freak, Harry. Not a burden. Not something to be thrown away and forgotten." He extended a hand, palm up. "You are a weapon, a force that could shake the foundations of worlds. Stay with me. Learn from me. And I will make you strong enough that no one will ever hurt you again." Harry stared at the offered hand. Part of him screamed that this was wrong, that this creature, this Sauron, was evil. He'd seen the wasteland outside, the armies of monsters, the Black Tower and the black, robed nightmares. Whatever Sauron was, he wasn't good. He wasn't nice. He wasn't safe. But another part of him, the part that had spent 7 years sleeping in a cupboard and flinching at shadows and wondering if maybe the Dursleys were right about him being worthless, that part wanted to take the hand. "I'm scared," Harry admitted. "Good," Sauron said again. "Fear means you understand. But consider this, child. Out there, beyond these walls, you will die. The orcs will kill you for sport. The wasteland will claim you. You are small and weak and alone. You have no food, no water, no weapons, no knowledge of this world or how to survive in it." His golden eyes burned bright. "But here, with me, you can become something more. Something that never has to be afraid again. Something that makes others afraid instead." Harry thought about the monsters. The orcs, Sauron had called them. The cold figures on their flying beasts. The dead creature he'd killed with nothing but fear. Then he thought about the cupboard, about Dudley's gang chasing him through the streets, about Vernon's face, twisted with rage, belt raised. He took Sauron's hand. The Dark Lord's grip was cold, not like the black-robed figures, but cold in a different way, like touching iron that had been left in a freezer. Strong but controlled. Wise choice, Sauron murmured. Welcome to Mordor, Harry Potter. Welcome to your new home. Harry didn't feel wise. He felt tired and scared and hungry and alone. But at least now he wasn't completely alone. At least now someone wanted him. They gave him a room. It was small and dark, carved out of the black stone of the tower, with a bed that was really just a slab of rock covered in furs. There was a small table, a chair, and a basin of water that was actually clean. No window, but a torch in a bracket on the wall that burned with that same cold blue light. It was dark and gloomy, and probably cold once you got used to it. It was also the nicest room Harry had ever had in his entire life. The door had a lock, a real lock that worked from the inside. Harry had tested it 3 times already, just to make sure. He could lock the door, and nobody could come in unless he let them. No Dudley barging in to steal his things or punch him awake. No Vernon throwing open the door in the middle of the night to drag him out for some imagined offense. Privacy. He had actual privacy. He sat on the bed, knees drawn up to his chest, staring at the wall. What had he done? He'd agreed to stay with a monster. To learn from a monster. To become... what? Another monster. But what was the alternative? Die in the wasteland. Get eaten by orcs. Spend the rest of his short life running and hiding and starving until something finally caught him. At least here he'd have food. A roof. Someone who seemed to actually want him around, even if that someone was terrifying. That was more than the Dursleys had ever offered. A scratching sound at the door made him jump. He froze, heart pounding. Had something followed him. One of those black-robed things. An orc looking for revenge. The scratching came again, this time followed by a whine. Low and mournful and almost sad. Harry crept to the door, moving as quietly as he could. He pressed his ear against the wood. Another whine, definitely an animal of some kind. Slowly, carefully, he cracked the door open. A creature sat on the other side. It looked like a wolf, but wrong. Much bigger than any wolf Harry had ever seen in books. Its fur was patchy and gray, matted in places and thin in others. Its eyes glowed yellow, and its mouth was full of teeth the size of steak knives. Scars crisscrossed its muzzle and flanks. A warg. He'd heard the orcs mention them. Harry's heart hammered. He started to close the door. The warg whined again, louder this time. It lowered its massive head and looked up at him with something that almost looked like hope or desperation. "You are lost," Harry said without thinking. Wait, he hadn't said that in English. The words had come out hissing and sibilant, the same way they did when he talked to snakes. He'd discovered he could do that a year ago at the zoo, when he'd had a whole conversation with a boa constrictor and accidentally set it free on Dudley. The Dursleys had been furious. He'd been locked in the cupboard for a week. The warg's ears perked up. It cocked its head. "You speak the tongue," it said. Not in words, exactly, but in impressions that Harry somehow understood. Images, feelings, concepts translated into something his mind could process. No man has spoken the tongue in many ages. Not since the old times? I don't know what I'm doing, Harry admitted, still in that strange hissing language. It just happens sometimes. I talk to snakes. I guess I can talk to wolves too. The warg sniffed at him, its nose wet and cold against his hand. Up close, Harry could see just how many scars it had. Dozens of them, old and new, covering its face and neck and body. "You smell of the small death," it said. "Of fear made flesh. The pack drove me out because they feared me too. Said I was wrong. Cursed. Bad luck." Harry understood then. This warg was an outcast. Alone. Unwanted, just like him. "They hurt you," he said quietly. "The pack. They gave you all those scars. They tried to kill me. Many times. I was too small when I was young, then too strange when I grew. They bite and claw and say I deserve it." The warg's yellow eyes met Harry's green ones. "Like you. I can smell it on you. The old hurts. The fear. The ones who should protect but hurt instead." Harry's chest tightened. "Yeah," he said softly. "Like me. Do you want to come in?" The words came out before Harry could think about them. He held the door open wider. The warg hesitated, ears flattening like it expected a trick. Then, slowly, it padded into the room, its claws clicking against the stone floor. It circled once, twice, sniffing at the corners and the bed and the table. Then it lay down beside the bed, curling into a massive ball of gray fur. Harry sat down next to it. The floor was cold through his thin trousers. Slowly, carefully, he reached out and touched the warg's head, half expecting to get bitten. The warg didn't bite him. It just sighed a long, slow exhale and leaned into the touch. "What's your name?" Harry asked. "I had none. The pack gives names only to those worthy of hunting. I was never worthy." Harry thought about that, about being considered worthless, about being thrown out and told you didn't deserve even the basic things that everyone else got. "How about shadow?" he suggested. "Because you found me in the shadows, and because we're both kind of hiding, I guess, from everything." The warg considered this for a long moment. Then it made a sound that might have been a laugh, a huffing noise through its nose. "Shadow." "Yes, I like this. I will be Shadow." Harry smiled. It felt strange on his face, like his muscles had forgotten how to make the shape. When was the last time he'd really smiled? He couldn't remember. "I'm Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." "Harry Potter," Shadow repeated, making it one word. Strange name, but good, strong. Harry leaned against Shadow's side. The warg's fur was coarse and not exactly soft, but it was warm. So warm. After hours of cold, of freezing wind and the ice, touch of those black, robed figures. The warmth was the most wonderful thing Harry had ever felt. Outside the small window of his room, the volcanoes rumbled and the ash continued to fall. Somewhere in the tower, Sauron was making plans. The black, robed figures were flying patrol. The armies of orcs were sharpening their weapons and planning for war. But in this small room, a boy and a wolf, creature huddled together for warmth, two outcasts who had found each other in the darkness. Harry didn't know what tomorrow would bring. He didn't know if he'd made the right choice, taking Sauron's hand. He didn't know if he'd ever see his old world again, or if he even wanted to. There was nothing for him there except a cupboard and people who hated him. Here, at least, someone wanted him. Something wanted him. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to start with. He leaned against Shadow's warm side and closed his eyes. When sleep came, it was deep and dreamless for the first time in years. The boy who lived had become the boy who fell. And in Mordor, in the shadow of the Dark Tower, a new story was beginning. 10 years later, the sword came at Harry's head so fast he barely had time to duck. He dropped to one knee, felt the blade whistle through the air where his skull had been a heartbeat earlier, and rolled sideways as a second strike slammed into the stone floor, hard enough to send sparks flying. "Too slow," the witch king said. His voice was that same frozen horror Harry had heard on the Ash Plains a decade ago, but he'd grown used to it now. Mostly. "You rely too much on your magic. Your body must be a weapon as well." Harry got to his feet, breathing hard. Sweat dripped down his face and soaked through his training leathers. His arms ached from blocking blow after blow. His legs burned from constant movement. The witch king had been at this for 3 hours now, and Harry was pretty sure the undead bastard wasn't even trying. "Again," the witch king commanded. Harry raised his blade. It was good steel, forged in the pits below Barad-dûr. Lighter than it looked, but still heavy enough to make his shoulders burn after hours of use. He'd been training with swords since he was 8 years old. 9 years of bruises and broken bones, and lessons beaten into his body until they became instinct. He was still nowhere near as good as the Witch King. The Nazgul came at him again, a blur of black robes and ancient steel. Harry blocked the first strike, the impact jarring his arms all the way to his shoulders. He deflected the second, stepping back to absorb the force, tried to counter with a thrust that the Witch King batted aside like he was swatting a fly. Then something hooked behind his ankle, and he was falling, hitting the ground hard enough to drive the air from his lungs. Cold steel pressed against his throat. "Dead," the Witch King said. Again. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, just breathing. His throat was dry. His muscles screamed for rest. But he'd learned a long time ago that complaining got you nothing in Mordor except more pain. "Get up," the Witch King said. "Or do you need another decade of training before you can fight for more than 3 hours?" "Just catching my breath," Harry muttered. He pushed himself up, ignoring the way his body protested. His ribs ached from a blow that had gotten through his guard an hour ago. His left thigh had a nasty bruise forming from when he'd been knocked into the wall. But none of that mattered. What mattered was getting better. Getting stronger. Making sure nobody could ever hurt him again. He stood up, raised his sword, and went again. This time he didn't try to match the Witch King's speed. That was a losing game. The Nazgul had been fighting for thousands of years, had killed more men than Harry could count. Instead, Harry watched, waited, looked for patterns. Everyone had patterns. Even ancient undead horrors bound to the will of a Dark Lord. The Witch King favored his right side slightly, probably from some old wound that had never fully healed. He tended to faint before major attacks. And he always went for the kill when he saw an opening. Harry gave him an opening. He dropped his guard on his left side, just a little, just enough to look like a mistake. The Witch King saw it instantly. His blade came around in a sweeping cut aimed at Harry's ribs. Harry apparated. The crack of displaced air echoed through the training pit as he vanished and reappeared behind the Witch King. His sword was already moving, aimed at the gap between helmet and gorget, where the ancient armor was weakest. For one glorious moment, he thought he actually had the undead bastard. Then the Witch King's gauntleted fist came around faster than anything that old should move and slammed into Harry's chest. Harry flew backward and hit the wall hard. He felt something crack in his ribs, the same ribs that had been aching all morning. Pain exploded through his torso, white, hot, and nauseating. He slid down the wall and landed in a heap, gasping for air that didn't want to come. "Better," the Witch King said. He actually sounded almost impressed. "Using your magic as a weapon rather than a crutch. Creating an opening rather than waiting for one. The Master will be pleased with your progress." Harry coughed. Blood flecked his lips. "Doesn't feel like progress," he managed. "Feels like broken ribs. Pain is the best teacher. It ensures you remember your lessons." The Witch King sheathed his sword, the blade disappearing into the shadows of his robes. "You have learned more in this hour than in a week of easy victories. Remember that, boy. Boy." Harry hated when the Witch King called him that. He was 17 now, a man by any reasonable standard. But to something as old as the Nazgul, everyone was a child. He pulled himself up using the wall for support. His ribs screamed at him with every breath. Definitely cracked, maybe broken. He'd have to see one of the healers later, assuming any of them were willing to touch him. Most of the orc shamans were terrified of him, and the human healers in the slave quarters weren't much better. "Same time tomorrow," the Witch King said. It wasn't a question. It was never a question. "And next time, try to last longer than 3 hours before you start bleeding." Then he turned and swept out of the training pit, his black robes trailing behind him like shadows given physical form. The cold that always surrounded the Nazgul faded as he left, replaced by the normal heat of the volcanic depths. Harry leaned against the wall and focused on breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In, out. The pain was bad, but he'd had worse. Vernon had cracked his ribs twice before Harry had even turned 6. At least the Witch King was trying to make him stronger, not just hurt him for the fun of it. Small mercies. He looked down at himself, at his battered body wrapped in training leathers. 17 years old now. Though he'd stopped counting birthdays after the first year in Mordor. There wasn't much point when nobody celebrated them. He'd grown tall, taller than he'd ever expected given how malnourished he'd been as a child. 6 feet, maybe a bit more. Lean muscle covered his frame, earned through years of brutal training that would have killed most people. His black hair was longer now, tied back in a knot to keep it out of his face during combat. His jaw had sharpened, losing the softness of childhood, and his eyes, He'd caught glimpses of them in polished metal, in still water, in the reflections of Sauron's scrying bowls. They weren't quite green anymore. There was gold in them now, flickering at the edges like distant fire. A gift from the shard of Voldemort's soul that still clung to his scar, corrupted and changed by a decade in the Dark Lord's shadow. Harry pushed off the wall and limped toward the door. One hand pressed against his cracked ribs. He had things to do today. Lessons with the Black Númenórean scholars. Inspection of the eastern forges. And something else, something he'd been putting off for weeks now. The armory discrepancies weren't going to investigate themselves. The Great Hall of Barad, was never empty. Orc captains argued in corners, their harsh voices echoing off the black stone walls. Human servants scurried between them, heads down, trying desperately not to be noticed. Black Númenórean lords stood in small clusters, speaking in low tones that somehow carried further than the Orcish shouting. The mouth of Sauron held court near the great doors, settling disputes and issuing commands in the Dark Lord's name. His lipless face twisted into a permanent sneer. Harry walked through the middle of it all, and the crowd parted around him like water around a stone. He was used to it by now. The way conversations stopped when he passed. The way eyes followed him, some with fear, some with hatred, some with something that might have been grudging respect. He was Sauron's apprentice, the strange wizard from another world. The boy who could kill with nothing but fear. Nobody quite knew what to make of him, so they stayed out of his way. That suited Harry just fine. He'd never been good at making friends anyway. Jimilzer. The name made him pause. It was the Adunaic name Sauron had given him years ago. The one the Black Númenóreans used when they wanted to pretend he belonged to their ancient noble bloodlines. Starfoam, it meant, or silver flame, depending on how you translated it. Harry had never been sure which interpretation Sauron intended. He turned to see who had spoken. A woman stood there. She was tall, nearly as tall as Harry, with skin the color of burnished bronze and hair so black it seemed to absorb the torchlight. Her features were sharp and angular, beautiful in a cold, aristocratic way that reminded Harry of the portraits he'd seen of ancient queens in the Númenórean histories. She wore robes of deep crimson trimmed with gold thread, and rings glittered on every finger. Each one probably worth more than most of the orcs in the room combined. But it was her eyes that caught Harry's attention. Dark eyes, almost black, watching him with an intensity that made his skin prickle with warning. "I don't believe we've met," Harry said carefully. His hand drifted toward his wand without conscious thought. "Nup, ooh." Her voice was rich and cultured, with an accent Harry had learned to recognize as Umbar, the great southern harbor where the Black Númenóreans made their home. "I am Zimrafil, daughter of Lord Abrazimir, come to serve in the Dark Tower as my family has served for generations untold." "Pleasure to meet you," Harry said, though he wasn't sure it was. Zimrafil's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Is it? I've heard such interesting things about you, Jimilzer. The wizard from beyond the circles of the world, the boy who speaks in hisses and commands beasts, the master's pet project. Her dark eyes flicked down to his chest, where blood from his cracked ribs had seeped through his training leathers in a spreading dark stain. "You look like you've had a difficult morning." "Training with the witch, King," Harry said shortly. "Was there something you wanted, or did you just come to admire my wounds?" "Direct. I appreciate that." Zimmerful stepped closer, invading his personal space in a way that felt deliberate, calculated. So many in the tower hide behind honeyed words and false courtesy. It's refreshing to meet someone who speaks plainly. "I asked you a question." "So you did." Her not quite smile widened slightly. "I've been assigned to assist with your education. The Master believes you would benefit from learning the finer points of Númenórean sorcery. Blood magic. Shadow binding. The arts my people have practiced since the days of Númenor's glory." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Sauron assigned you to teach me. Does that surprise you?" "A bit. Usually he just throws books at me and expects me to figure it out myself. That, or has one of the Nazgul beat the lessons into me. Perhaps he's decided you need a more hands-on approach. Or perhaps he simply wants to see what happens when two different schools of magic collide." She looked him up and down, openly assessing, cataloging him like she was evaluating livestock at a market. "You smell of ozone and fear, wizard. An interesting combination." "And you smell of politics and ambition," Harry replied. "Also an interesting combination. Very common in the tower, actually. Practically epidemic." They stared at each other for a long moment. The great hall continued its chaos around them. Orcs arguing and humans scurrying, and Númenórean lords plotting. But Harry barely noticed any of it. There was something about this woman, something that put him on edge in a way he couldn't quite name. She was dangerous. That much was obvious. But she was dangerous in a different way than most of the threats in Mordor. "Tomorrow," Zimmerful said finally. "The Eastern Library, 2 hours past dawn. Don't be late." She paused, her dark eyes meeting his. "And perhaps consider bathing first. You smell like an orc training pit." She turned and walked away before Harry could respond. Crimson robes swirling around her ankles like blood-colored water. Harry watched her go, his mind already turning over the encounter. What was her angle? Everyone in Mordor had angles. Everyone had agendas. Nobody did anything without expecting something in return. His ribs ached. His muscles screamed for rest. And now he had a new complication to deal with. "Bloody wonderful," he muttered under his breath, and continued on his way. The fell beast rookery was carved into the side of Mount Doom itself. A series of massive caverns connected by tunnels wide enough for the winged horrors to pass through. The heat here was intense, radiating up from rivers of molten rock that flowed somewhere far below, turning the air into something thick and barely breathable. The stench was even worse than the heat. Sulfur and rotting meat and something else, something reptilian and ancient, that made Harry's nose burn. Harry had been coming here for months now, ever since he'd first heard about the runt. He found it in its usual spot, huddled in the corner of the smallest cavern, as far from the other beasts as it could possibly get. It was smaller than its siblings by half, with wings that had never developed properly. One of them bent at an odd angle that suggested an old break that had healed wrong. Its beak was slightly crooked too, twisted to one side. The other fell beasts had tried to kill it multiple times. The handlers kept it alive only because Sauron had ordered them to, though none of them understood why. Harry knew why. Sauron had seen him watching the creature, had sensed his interest. The Dark Lord missed nothing that happened in his domain. "Hey," Harry said softly, approaching slowly, keeping his movements calm and unthreatening. "It's just me. Nobody else." The runt lifted its head. Its eyes were the same hollow pits as the adult fell beasts, dark and empty and terrible. But somehow they seemed different when they looked at Harry. Less empty, more aware. Like there was something looking back at him, something that recognized him. Harry reached into the bag he'd brought and pulled out a chunk of raw meat. Horse, from the stables near the outer wall. He'd had to bribe 3 different orcs to get it, but it was worth it. The runt's nostrils flared, and it made a sound that was somewhere between a hiss and a whine, its crooked beak opening slightly. "Hungry?" Harry held out the meat on his palm. "Come on, it's good. Fresh this morning?" The runt hesitated. It had learned to be wary, just like Harry had learned to be wary during his years with the Dursleys. Trust was dangerous. Trust got you hurt. Every kindness came with a price, and usually that price was pain. But hunger won out over caution. It always did, eventually. Harry remembered that too. The runt crept forward, moving awkwardly on its malformed wings, its body dragging slightly where the bent wing couldn't support its weight properly. It snatched the meat from Harry's hand, quick and desperate, then retreated a few feet to swallow the chunk whole. There's more where that came from. Harry sat down on the hot stone floor, ignoring the way it burned through his trousers. The heat was uncomfortable, but not unbearable. He'd dealt with worse. But you have to come closer this time. That's the deal. The runt watched him. Its hollow eyes seemed to be calculating, weighing risk against reward, hunger against fear. "I know what it's like," Harry said quietly, switching to parcel tongue without really thinking about it. The hissing language came naturally now, slipping out whenever he talked to creatures. He'd discovered years ago that it worked on more than just snakes. Anything reptilian seemed to understand it, and fell beasts were reptilian enough. Being the runt. Being the one nobody wants. Being too small, too weak, too different. Too wrong. The runt's head tilted. It understood him. Not the words exactly, but the meaning behind them. The feeling. "I had a cupboard," Harry continued. "Under the stairs, in my relative's house. That's where they kept me. Like you in this corner. Too useless to keep with everyone else, but not quite useless enough to kill. Just forgotten, ignored. Except when they needed someone to blame for things going wrong." The runt crept closer. Close enough now that Harry could have reached out and touched it. "Someone gave me a chance," Harry said. "Doesn't matter that he's a monster. Doesn't matter that this place is hell. Sauron saw something in me when nobody else did. He gave me a chance when nobody else would, so I'm giving you one. A chance to be more than just the runt they let live, because someone ordered them to." He held out another chunk of meat. The runt took it. This time, instead of retreating, it stayed close. Its leathery skin was warm against Harry's leg, radiating heat like a furnace. Up close, Harry could see the pattern of scales on its hide, could smell the ancient, reptilian musk of it. "Good," Harry murmured. He reached out slowly, giving the creature plenty of time to move away, and touched the top of its head. The runt didn't move away. It leaned into the touch, making a soft sound that was almost like a purr. Harry stroked its rough skin, feeling the bumps and ridges of half-formed scales. "You need a name," he said thoughtfully. "Can't keep calling you the runt." "That's not a name, that's an insult. That's what they call you to remind you that you're nothing. You're not nothing. You're going to be something." The creature made that whine sound again. It almost sounded like agreement. "How about Askew?" Harry said. "It means killer in black speech. Seems fitting for what you're going to become. What we're going to become together." The runt, Askew now, pressed its head against Harry's palm. For a moment, just a moment, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Peace. Connection. The sense that he wasn't completely alone in this dark world. "We're going to prove them all wrong," Harry whispered. "Both of us. We're going to be something they never expected. Something they're going to fear." Askew made a sound that might have been a purr, if creatures of darkness were capable of purring. Maybe they were. Maybe nobody had ever given them a reason to before. Harry sat there for a long time, feeding the creature and talking to it in parcel tongue, telling it stories about a world with green grass and blue skies and a boy who once lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He told it about Hogwarts, the school he'd never gotten to attend. About magic that was taught with patience instead of pain. About friends he'd never had the chance to make. Askew listened, or seemed to listen, its hollow eyes fixed on Harry's face like he was the most fascinating thing in the world. Maybe he was. Maybe to a creature that had known nothing but rejection and pain. Someone who offered food and kindness and soft words was fascinating. Revolutionary, even. Harry understood that feeling all too well. The armory was located in the lower levels of Barad, a massive complex of forges and storage rooms and workshops, where the weapons of Mordor's armies were made and maintained. The air down here was thick with smoke and the ringing of hammers, the heat from the forges making everything shimmer like a mirage. Harry had been down here dozens of times over the years, usually to collect a new sword after breaking the last one in training, or to pick up supplies for one of Sauron's missions. He knew his way around well enough. This time he wasn't here for weapons. He was here for answers. The discrepancies had started small, so small that most people wouldn't have noticed them at all. A few swords missing from inventory that couldn't be accounted for. Some armor that had been logged as delivered, but never actually arrived at its destination. Nothing major. Nothing that would catch anyone's attention unless they were specifically looking for it. Harry had been looking. It was one of the things Sauron had taught him early on. Pay attention. Notice the things everyone else overlooks. The small details, the tiny discrepancies, those were the ones that mattered. Those were the ones that could save your life, or end someone else's. So Harry had noticed, and now he was investigating. The quartermaster was an orc named Crimber, older than most and missing his left arm from some long-ago battle that he never talked about. He ran the armory with brutal efficiency, keeping meticulous records of every weapon that came in or went out. When Harry entered his cramped office, Crimber's yellow eyes immediately went wary. Jamil, sir," Crimber said carefully, setting down the ledger he'd been examining. "What brings you down to the depths today? Need a new blade." "I have questions about the inventory." Harry closed the door behind him, shutting out the noise of the forges. "Specifically about items that seem to have gone missing." Crimber's wariness shifted into something closer to fear. His remaining hand twitched toward the knife at his belt, then stopped when he remembered who he was dealing with. "Missing." "Nothing's missing. I run a tight operation down here, tighter than any other quartermaster in the whole of Mordor. Every blade accounted for, every piece of armor tracked from forge to battlefield." "Really?" Harry pulled out a piece of parchment from his belt, the notes he'd compiled over the past several weeks. "Because, according to your own ledgers, there were 42 Morgul blades delivered from the Witch King's forges 3 weeks ago, but only 38 are currently in storage. I counted them myself this morning." The orca's face went pale, that sickly gray-green color that was somehow worse than his normal complexion. That can't be right. There must be some mistake. Let me check the records, let me see." "I've already checked the records," Harry said, cutting him off. "I've been checking them for weeks. 4 Morgul blades, 200 standard swords, 50 sets of Uruk high armor, all missing, all in the last 2 months alone." He stepped closer, letting his presence fill the small room. He'd learned over the years how to be intimidating, how to use the fear that naturally surrounded him as a weapon. "That's a lot of equipment to just disappear." "I don't know anything about that," Crimber said quickly. Too quickly, the words tumbling over each other. "Maybe someone made errors in the logging. You know how it is down here. The boys aren't exactly scholars. Maybe things got miscounted, or shipped to the wrong outpost, or maybe." Harry studied the orc's face, watching for tells. The way his remaining hand kept twitching toward his knife. The way his yellow eyes wouldn't quite meet Harry's. The way sweat was beading on his forehead, despite the relative coolness of the office. "Or maybe someone is stealing weapons, and you know who it is." "I don't know anything," Crimber repeated. His voice was shaking now, barely controlled. "Please. I've served the Master faithfully for decades. Since before you were born, since before your world even knew our name. I would never betray him. Never." Harry considered pressing harder. He could use the fear, could let it radiate out of him until Crimber was too terrified to do anything but tell the truth. He'd done it before, to enemies and traitors, and people who had information he needed. The power was there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be unleashed. But something about the orca's terror seemed genuine. This wasn't the fear of a guilty man trying to hide his own crimes. This was the fear of someone who knew something was wrong, but was more afraid of something else than he was of Harry. Interesting. "All right," Harry said, stepping back and letting some of the pressure ease. "I believe you don't know who's doing this. But if you hear anything, if you notice anything, you come to me. Not the mouth of Sauron. Not one of the captains. Me. Understand?" Crimber nodded frantically, relief flooding his scarred features. "Yes. Yes, of course. Anything I hear, I'll come straight to you." "I swear it on the eye." Harry turned and left, his mind already turning over the problem like a puzzle missing crucial pieces. Someone was stealing weapons. Someone with enough access to take significant quantities without being noticed. Someone who had the quartermaster scared enough to stay silent, even under threat of Harry's attention. That narrowed the list of suspects considerably. Most of the beings in Mordor weren't smart enough or subtle enough to pull off something like this, and the ones who were smart enough usually didn't have the access. Which meant the thief was probably someone high up, someone with authority, someone dangerous. Harry made a mental note to be very careful in his investigation. He had a feeling that whoever was behind this wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone who got too close to the truth. The Eastern Library was quieter than the rest of Barad, a sanctuary of sorts amid the chaos of the Dark Tower. Shelves of ancient scrolls and bound books lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Texts collected over millennia from conquered kingdoms and fallen civilizations. The air smelled of old paper and dust and something sweeter, some kind of incense that the Númenórean scholars burned to preserve the texts. Harry arrived precisely 2 hours after dawn, as instructed. His ribs still ached from yesterday's training, wrapped tightly in bandages under his black tunic. The orc healer had done what he could, which admittedly wasn't much, but at least the bones were set properly. They'd heal in a week or two, assuming the witch, King, didn't crack them again tomorrow. Zimmerfall was already there, standing by one of the tall windows that looked out over the plains of Gorgoroth. The red light of Mount Doom cast her features in sharp relief, painting her bronze skin with shades of orange and crimson. "You're punctual," she said without turning around. "That's unexpected. I'd heard you had little respect for schedules and protocols." "I have little respect for a lot of things," Harry replied, moving to stand beside her at the window. "Schedules aren't one of them. Being late gets people killed." Zimrafel turned to look at him. In the dim red light filtering through the window, she was even more striking than she'd been in the Great Hall. There was a sharpness to her that went beyond her angular features, an intelligence in her dark eyes that made Harry immediately wary. "Tell me about your magic," she said. "The magic from your world. How does it work? Straight to business, then. No small talk. No polite conversation about the weather." Harry leaned against the window frame, trying to look more relaxed than he felt. "What do you want to know?" "Everything. The Master speaks highly of your abilities, but specific details have been scarce." Her eyes flicked to the wand holstered at his hip, visible beneath his tunic. "I know you use a focus of some kind. A wand, you call it? That's right." Harry drew the wand and held it up for her inspection. It was the same wand he'd arrived with 10 years ago, 11 inches of holly, with a phoenix feather core. He'd never figured out how it had made the journey through the veil with him. But he was grateful every day that it had. It channels magic, makes it easier to control. Without it, spells are harder to cast, less precise, more draining. Interesting. Zimrafil reached out as if to touch the wand, then stopped herself, her hand hovering inches away. Our magic is different. We draw on the power that flows through all things, the remnants of the music that shaped the world at its creation. It is slow, subtle, worked into rituals and objects over time rather than cast in an instant. Her dark eyes met his. Your magic seems faster. It is. Harry pointed the wand at a candle on a nearby table. Incendio. Fire bloomed from the tip of the wand, a jet of orange flame that ignited the candle's wick instantly. Zimrafil's eyes widened slightly, the first crack in her composed facade that Harry had seen. She stared at the flame like it was the most fascinating thing she'd ever witnessed. A single word and a gesture, she murmured. No ritual, no preparation, no sacrifice. Simply, will made manifest. That's one way to put it. Harry twirled the wand between his fingers, a habit he'd developed over years of practice. There are limitations, of course. Wand magic is powerful, but it drains you quickly if you're not careful. And there are things it can't do, things that require darker arts or more time than a simple spell can provide. Show me more. It was a demand, not a request. Harry raised an eyebrow but decided to comply. He demonstrated lumos, filling the library with bright white light that made Zimrafil shield her eyes with a hiss of surprise. He showed her Wingardium Leviosa, sending a heavy book floating gently through the air to land softly in her outstretched hands. He even cast a Patronus. Though the silver stag that erupted from his wand was dimmer than it used to be, its light struggling against the darkness that permeated everything in Mordor. Zimrafil watched each spell with hungry intensity, her dark eyes tracking every movement of his wand. Remarkable, she said when he finished, her voice carefully neutral. Crude in some ways, lacking the elegance of true sorcery, but the raw utility is undeniable. I can see why the master values your abilities. Crude. Harry couldn't help but smirk. That's not a word I'd use to describe magic that can kill with 2 words and a flick of the wrist. Owl magic can kill, wizard. Zimrafil's voice went cold, her dark eyes hardening. The difference is in how elegantly it does so, and in what it costs. They stared at each other for a long moment, the air between them charged with tension. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Zimrafil's rings began to glow faintly, a deep red light pulsing in their depths. "Show me what you can do," Harry said finally. "Fair's fair." Zimrafil's lips curved into that not quite smile again. She didn't use a wand or speak any words. She simply raised her hand, and her rings blazed with red light. The shadows in the corners of the library began to move, creeping across the floor like living things, reaching toward Harry with tendrils of darkness that seemed to have weight and substance. Harry stood his ground, though every instinct screamed at him to move, to run, to get away from those grasping shadows. They wrapped around his ankles, cold and heavy, and he felt them trying to pull, to drag him down into the darkness. Then Zimrafil lowered her hand, and the shadows retreated like obedient hounds. "Blood magic," she said. "The art of my people. Passed down through generations since the days when we ruled half the world. We bind power into our very flesh, into objects we carry. It is slower than your wand waving, yes, but it requires no focus that can be taken from us. It cannot be blocked by simple shields. And it draws on reserves that your magic cannot touch." Harry looked down at his ankles, where the shadows had gripped him. He could still feel the cold, a lingering chill that seeped into his bones. "I'm impressed," he admitted. "You should be." Zimrafil moved closer, close enough that Harry could smell her perfume. Something dark and spicy that reminded him of the incense burning in the library. "I think we could learn much from each other. Our Jimilser, your speed combined with my depth, your raw power combined with my subtlety." Her dark eyes met his, and there was something in them that made Harry's breath catch. We could be formidable. Harry's heart was beating faster than it should. He wasn't sure if it was the remnants of the shadow magic or something else entirely. "Is that what you want, to be formidable?" "I want many things," Zimrafil said softly. "Power, knowledge, survival in a world that devours the weak." She reached out and straightened the collar of his tunic, a gesture that felt far more intimate than it should have. "What do you want, wizard?" Harry thought about the question. What did he want? He'd spent 10 years in Mordor, surviving, learning, growing stronger. But he'd never really stopped to ask himself what it was all for. What was the end goal? What was he working toward? "I want to never be helpless again," he said finally. "I want to be strong enough that no one can hurt me or the things I care about. I want to—" He trailed off, not sure how to finish the thought. "Control," Zimrafil finished for him. "You want control. Over yourself. Over your fate. Over the chaos of the world around you." She stepped back, that not-quite smile still playing at her lips. "We have more in common than I expected, our Jimilzer. Perhaps this arrangement will prove more profitable than I anticipated." Harry wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. "Teach me the light spell," Zimrafil said, changing the subject abruptly. "Lumos, you called it. A simple charm, yes. I want to learn how it works." "It's not that simple," Harry said. "You need a wand, and wands don't exactly grow on trees." "Well, they do technically. The wood comes from trees. But you need specific woods and magical cores and a wand maker who knows what they're doing. I don't even know if it would work for someone from this world." "Try anyway." Zimrafil's tone made it clear this wasn't a request. Consider it an experiment. Harry sighed and held out his wand. "Fine. Hold this." Pointed at something. "Say Lumos and really mean it. Think of light, of brightness, of wanting to see in the dark. It's about intent as much as it is about the words." Zimrafil took the wand. It looked strange in her bronze hand. Out of place, but she held it with the careful grip of someone who understood the importance of magical implements. She pointed it at the far wall. Lumos. Nothing happened. She frowned, her brow furrowing with concentration. "Lumos," she said again, more forcefully, putting more power behind the word. Still nothing. "It's not about force," Harry said. "You're trying to bully the magic into doing what you want. That might work with blood magic, but wand magic is different. It's about belief. About feeling the light inside you and pushing it out through the wand. Like you're offering it a path instead of forcing it through." Zimmerful closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, more focused. "Lumos." The tip of the wand flickered. Just for a moment, barely visible, a tiny spark of white light appeared and then vanished. Zimmerful's eyes snapped open. She stared at the wand like it had bitten her. "That was unexpected," she said. Her composure was cracking, surprise bleeding through. "It actually worked." "Partially. You're a quick learner." Harry took the wand back, feeling oddly relieved to have it in his hand again. "With practice, you might actually get good at it. Maybe we can find something to use as a focus for you. Won't be as good as a proper wand, but it might work. I intend to." Zimmerful's dark eyes met his again, and there was something new in them. Not just interest or assessment, but something that looked almost like respect. "Same time tomorrow, wizard, and bring more spells." She swept out of the library, leaving Harry standing alone among the ancient texts. He stood there for a long moment, thinking about shadow magic and stolen weapons and a woman who smelled of dark spices and ambition. His life in Mordor had just gotten significantly more complicated. But then, when had it ever been simple? That night, Harry couldn't sleep. His room in Barad was better than the one he'd had when he first arrived. Bigger with actual furniture and a real bed. A desk where he could study the texts Sauron assigned him. A window that looked out over the volcanic plains, giving him a view of the fires that never stopped burning. Shadow lay curled at the foot of his bed, the massive warg taking up more space than Harry did. She'd grown huge over the years, her gray fur thick and her yellow eyes, sharp with intelligence far beyond what any normal wolf possessed. She was the only creature in all of Mordor that Harry trusted completely. "Can't sleep either?" Harry asked in Parseltongue. Shadow lifted her head, her yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. "There is trouble in the air. I can smell it. Like blood that hasn't been spilled yet." "Yeah." Harry stared at the ceiling, watching the play of red light from the window. The missing weapons. "Someone's planning something, and I can't figure out who or what. The one in black, the cold one. He has been watching you." Shadow's voice was a low growl in his mind. "More than usual. His attention, it feels wrong. Like he is measuring you for something." Harry sat up, suddenly alert. "The Witch King has been watching me. Always watching. But more now. Since the weapons started disappearing, his attention, it feels wrong. Like a wolf measuring prey." Harry thought about his training session that morning. The Witch King's almost approval when Harry had used apparition. The way he'd said the Master will be pleased with your progress. Was there something more behind those words? Some hidden meaning Harry had missed. "Keep watching him for me," Harry said. "And the other Nazgul too. If something's happening, they'll know about it. They always know." "I will." Shadow settled her head back on her paws, but her eyes remained open, watchful. Sleep, Harry. You will need your strength for whatever comes. Harry lay back down, but sleep didn't come. His mind kept turning, cycling through the same questions over and over. Who was stealing weapons? Why? What were they planning? And why did the Witch King seem to be paying extra attention to him right now? He thought about Zimrafil too. The way she'd looked at him. The way her shadow magic had felt, cold and grasping. The tiny spark of light she'd managed to produce from his wand. She was dangerous. That much was obvious. But she was also intriguing, in a way that few people in Mordor were. Most of the beings here were either mindless, brutes like the orcs, or ancient terrors like the Nazgul. Zimrafil was neither. She was smart, ambitious, and surprisingly adaptable. She reminded Harry a bit of himself, actually. A survivor in a world that tried to kill everything that didn't fit. He wondered what game she was playing, because there was definitely a game. In Mordor, everyone played games. Everyone had angles and agendas, and plans within plans. It was survival. You either played or you got played. Harry had learned to play a long time ago. Sleep finally took him some time after midnight, pulling him down into dreams of green light and falling in a veil that whispered his name. He woke before dawn, tired but alert, his mind already working on the problems of the day. Training with the Witch King, lessons with Zimrafil, investigation of the missing weapons, care for Askew in the rookery. Just another day in Mordor. He got out of bed, careful not to disturb Shadow, and began preparing for whatever came next. As he strapped on his weapons and checked his wand, he caught a glimpse of himself in the polished metal of his armor stand. Green eyes with gold flickering at the edges like distant fire. Black hair tied back from a face that had lost all its childhood softness. The lightning bolt scar still visible on his forehead, though it had faded over the years, until it was barely more than a thin white line. A young man where a scared boy had once been. "You've come a long way, Potter," he muttered to his reflection. The reflection didn't answer. But somewhere in the tower above, Harry could feel the weight of Sauron's attention, the constant presence of the Dark Lord's gaze. He'd learned to live with it over the years, that feeling of being watched. It was just another part of life in the Dark Tower. He finished dressing and headed out, Shadow padding silently at his side. The game was afoot, and Harry intended to win. But first, there was the matter of breakfast. The mess hall was already crowded by the time Harry arrived, orcs and humans jostling for space at the long stone tables. The food in Barad wasn't good by any reasonable standard. Tough meat of uncertain origin, bread that was more ash than grain, and something that might have been vegetables if you squinted hard enough and didn't think too carefully about the color. But it was food, and it was consistent, and after 7 years of the Dursleys' scraps, Harry had learned never to take consistent meals for granted. He grabbed a plate and found a spot in the corner, Shadow curling up at his feet. The warg's presence kept the other diners at a respectful distance, which suited Harry just fine. He wasn't in the mood for conversation. As he ate, his mind kept circling back to the problems at hand. The missing weapons were worrying enough on their own, but combined with Shadow's observation about the witch, King's increased attention, they painted a troubling picture. Something was brewing in the dark tower, something that involved Harry, whether he wanted it to or not. And then there was Zimrafil. Beautiful, dangerous Zimrafil with her shadow magic, and her calculating eyes, and her not quite smiles that promised nothing and everything at once. She was a complication Harry didn't need, but he couldn't deny he was intrigued. It had been a long time since anyone in Mordor had treated him as an equal rather than a threat to be feared or a tool to be used. He finished his meal and pushed the plate away, his mind already moving on to the day's tasks. Training first. Then the library. Then back to the rookery to check on Asgu. And somewhere in between, he needed to continue his investigation. "Come on, girl," he said to Shadow, pushing himself up from the table. Time to get beaten up by an ancient evil again. Shadow made a sound that might have been a laugh in warg speak. Together, they headed for the training pits. The corridors of Barad stretched before them, dark and endless, full of shadows and secrets. Harry had walked these halls 1,000 times, but they never felt familiar. They never felt safe. They were designed that way, he knew. Designed to keep everyone off balance. To remind them that they were in the Dark Lord's domain, subject to his will. Harry had learned to navigate them anyway, to find his own path through the darkness. That was what Mordor had taught him in the end. How to survive. How to adapt. How to take the darkness inside himself and make it into something useful. The boy who had fallen through the veil all those years ago was long gone. In his place stood something harder, something colder, something that would do whatever it took to survive, and whatever it took to win. The mission had come down from Sauron himself, delivered through the mouth in that lipless, sneering way that made Harry want to curse the messenger just on principle. "The garrison at Cirith Ungol has gone silent," the mouth had said, his dead eyes fixed somewhere over Harry's shoulder. "The Master requires you to investigate, to secure the pass, to remind whoever is responsible that rebellion against the Eye is punished with more than death." Harry had nodded and asked only one question. "Am I going alone?" "The Lady Zimrafil will accompany you." "The Master believes you work well together." The mouth's lips had twisted into something that might have been a smile on a face that remembered how to make expressions. Do not fail him. And so here they were, 2 days later, picking their way along a path that wound through the Morgul Vale, like a scar through dead flesh. Harry had traveled this road twice before, both times with full contingents of orcs, and the cold presence of a Nazgul overhead. This time it was just him and Zimrafil, picking their way along the narrow trail as the cliffs rose higher on either side, blocking out what little light filtered through Mordor's perpetual haze. The air here was wrong. Thick and heavy, tasting of old death, and something sweeter underneath, like flowers rotting in stagnant water. His side still ached from where the witch, King, had cracked his ribs 2 days ago, but he'd wrapped them tight and hadn't complained. Complaining accomplished nothing. Moving forward, surviving, adapting, that was what mattered. "Charming place," Zimrafil said, her voice flat with that dry wit he'd come to expect from her. She walked beside him with the easy grace of someone who'd spent their life navigating dangerous terrain, both physical and political. Her crimson robes had been exchanged for practical traveling clothes, dark leather that wouldn't catch on rocks or show bloodstains. I can see why the master chose it for his secondary fortress. Really captures that warm, inviting atmosphere Mordor is known for. The Morgul Vale wasn't always like this, Harry said. He'd read about it in the old texts. Back when he was still devouring every book in the library trying to understand this world he'd fallen into. Used to be called something else. Ithil, something. Before the Witch King took it and made it this, Mana's Ithil, Tower of the Moon. Zimrafil's dark eyes swept across the landscape, cataloging threats with the practiced ease of a predator. My grandmother used to tell stories about it. How the faithful built it to watch the stars, to remember Numenor that was lost beneath the waves. How beautiful it was before the shadow came and twisted everything. Her lips twisted into something that might have been a smile if it had any warmth in it. She was a sentimental old fool. Was dead now, along with most of my family who couldn't adapt to the new order when it came. Zimrafil said it matter. Of factly. Like she was discussing the weather or what she'd had for breakfast. My father survived because he was ruthless enough to do what needed to be done. Cut the right throats. Made the right alliances, abandoned the right principles. I survived because I learned from his example. Harry didn't respond immediately. They walked in silence for a while, boots crunching on gravel that might once have been white marble, now stained gray and black by centuries of corruption. A cold wind came down from the mountains, carrying the smell of ash and something worse. "What about you?" Zimrafil asked eventually. "Your family. You never speak of them. In all our lessons, all our conversations, you've never once mentioned where you came from." "Not really. Not much to speak of." Harry kept his voice carefully neutral, the same way he'd learned to keep his face neutral when Vernon was in one of his moods. "My parents died when I was a baby. Some dark wizard killed them. Got raised by relatives who hated me for existing. Then I fell through a hole in reality and ended up here." That's the short version. That's the only version that matters. Zimrafil was quiet for a moment, her boots scuffing against the dead earth. Then she said, "The relatives who raised you, they hurt you." It wasn't a question. Harry's hand twitched toward his wand, an instinctive response to feeling exposed. "How do you know that?" "I recognize the signs. The way you watch doorways whenever you enter a room. The way you never sit with your back exposed. The way you flinch, just slightly, when someone moves too fast in your peripheral vision." Her dark eyes met his, and there was something in them that wasn't quite pity. Understanding, maybe. Recognition. I grew up in Umbar's court. I know what abuse looks like, even when it's hidden under years of armor and training. Harry's jaw tightened. He didn't like being read so easily. 10 years of training, of learning to hide his weaknesses, of building walls around the broken parts of himself, and she'd seen through all of it in a matter of weeks. "It doesn't matter anymore," he said finally. They're in another world, another life. I'm never going back there. No, Zimrafil agreed. But the scars remain. They always do, no matter how far we run from the people who gave them to us. She paused, her stride never faltering on the treacherous ground. My father broke my arm when I was 9 years old. I'd failed to complete a ritual properly. Embarrassed him in front of his peers at court. He said, "The bone would remind me to do better next time." Harry looked at her. It was the first time she'd shared anything truly personal. Anything that wasn't wrapped in political maneuvering or veiled threats or careful calculations. Did it work? Yes. Her smile was sharp and cold, like a blade catching the light. I never failed another ritual, not once. And when I was old enough, when I had learned enough and grown strong enough, I made sure he could never break anything of mine again. Harry understood what she wasn't saying. You killed him. I removed a threat to my survival. The fact that he was my father was incidental. Zimrafil's voice was perfectly calm, perfectly controlled. Does that shock you, wizard? Does it make you think less of me? Harry thought about it. About the cupboard under the stairs, small and dark and full of spiders. About Vernon's belt whistling through the air. About Petunia's slaps, sharp and sudden. About Dudley's fists and his gang's boots. About all the nights he'd lain in the dark, hungry and bruised and broken, fantasizing about what he'd do if he ever had the power to fight back. No, he said quietly. I understand completely. Something shifted in Zimrafil's expression. Not quite warmth, but something close to it. Recognition of a shared experience. The acknowledgement that they were both survivors of things that should have destroyed them. They walked on in silence, but it was a different silence now. Easier. The silence of two people who understood each other without needing words. There, the entrance to Cirith Ungol was marked by a watchtower that had seen better centuries. Its stones were cracked and stained black with age, held together more by the darkness that permeated everything here than by any mortal masonry. The orc garrison was supposed to be 200 strong, according to the reports Sauron had received. But Harry could already see signs of trouble. The gates stood open, hanging crookedly on rusted hinges. No guards on the walls. No drums, no shouting, none of the constant noise that usually marked an orc camp. Just silence. The kind of silence that made the hair stand up on the back of Harry's neck. Something's wrong. Zimrafil murmured, her hand moving to the knife at her belt. Her rings were glowing faintly, reacting to her tension. Yeah. Harry drew his wand, holding it loose and ready at his side. Stay close. Watch my back. They moved through the gates and into the tower's lower level. The smell hit Harry first, strong enough to make his eyes water. Blood and rot and something else, something acidic that burned the inside of his nose. Bodies lay scattered across the courtyard in twisted heaps. Orcs, mostly, torn apart in ways that suggested extreme violence. Some had been killed by blades, hacked apart by their own kind. Others looked like they'd been crushed by something enormous, their bodies flattened into unrecognizable masses of meat and bone. This happened recently, Zimrafil said. Crouching beside one of the corpses, she examined it with clinical detachment, the same way she might examine a specimen in one of her blood magic rituals. Within the last few hours at most. The blood hasn't fully dried yet. See how it's still tacky here. Harry scanned the area, looking for any sign of survivors or attackers. Nothing moved. Rebellion. The garrison turning on each other. Possibly. Orcs are fractious creatures at the best of times. They'll kill each other over a scrap of meat or a perceived insult. Zimrafel stood, wiping her hands on her leathers, leaving dark streaks. But this level of destruction, something else was involved. Something bigger. Look at these crush wounds. No orc made these. A sound echoed from deeper in the tower, from the dark opening that led down into the tunnels beneath. Scraping. Clicking. Like something with too many legs moving across stone. Like fingernails dragging across a chalkboard, but deeper. Worse. Harry's blood went cold. He knew that sound. He'd read about it in the histories. "The tunnels," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's in the tunnels." She. Zimrafel's voice was carefully controlled. But Harry could see the tension in her shoulders. The way her hand had tightened on her knife, until her knuckles went white. "What are you talking about?" "Shelob." Harry moved toward the entrance to the tunnel system, every instinct screaming at him to run the other way. The ancient spider. The one who guards the pass. Sauron made some kind of deal with her ages ago. She gets to eat whatever comes through, and in return she keeps the pass secure. He swallowed hard. If she's active, if she's hunting in the tower itself, then we need to leave. Zimrafel grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "No, before she finds us. We can report back to the Master, tell him what we found, let him send a proper force. We can't." Harry pulled free. "Sauron sent us here to secure the pass, to find out what happened to the garrison. If we run back with nothing but rumors and fear, he'll be displeased. You know what his displeasure looks like." Zimrafel's jaw tightened. She did know. They both did. They'd both seen what happened to those who failed the Dark Lord. "Fine," she said through gritted teeth. "But if we die in there, I'm blaming you. I'll haunt your ghost for eternity." "Fair enough." Harry cast lumos, filling the tunnel entrance with bright, white light that pushed back the darkness. "Let's go meet a spider." The tunnels beneath Cirith Ungol were old. Older than the tower above. Older than Mordor itself, maybe. They'd been carved by something that wasn't human. Something that didn't think in straight lines or right angles or any of the geometries that made sense to mortal minds. The passages twisted and turned, splitting and rejoining in ways that made Harry's head hurt trying to track. The smell was worse down here. Thick, cloying, mixing the rot of old kills with something else. Webbing. It covered the walls in places, thick strands of silk that glistened in the light of Harry's lumos spell, like threads of silver. Some of it was old, dried and brittle, crumbling when Harry's shoulder accidentally brushed against it. Some of it was fresh, still slightly sticky when he touched it. "This is insane," Zimrafel whispered. She was close behind him. Close enough that he could feel the warmth of her body in the cold tunnel, could hear her careful breathing. "We're walking into the lair of one of the most dangerous creatures in all of Middle," Earth, voluntarily. "I've met Sauron," Harry whispered back, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "I've trained with the Witch King. I've survived 10 years in Mordor. How bad can one spider be? That spider is older than the Dark Lord himself. She was ancient before Morgoth fell, before the sun first rose over Middle-earth. She is the last daughter of Ungoliant, the great darkness that devoured the light of the 2 trees of Valinor." Zimrifil's voice was tight with fear. She was trying very hard to hide. She doesn't serve Sauron. She tolerates him because he feeds her, because he gives her fresh meat and stays out of her tunnels. There's a difference. Harry didn't have a response to that. He kept moving forward, wand held high, its light pushing back the darkness just enough to see a few feet ahead. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, so large that Harry's light couldn't reach the walls. The ceiling here was lost in shadow, too high for his spell to illuminate. Webs covered everything, draped like curtains from unseen heights, forming a maze within a maze. And in the center of the chamber, visible only as a massive dark shape against the darker shadows, she was there. Harry had expected a spider. He'd prepared himself for something big, something monstrous. 8 legs and fangs and clusters of eyes that reflected his light back at him. What he saw was something else entirely. The spider body was there, yes. Massive, bigger than a house. Her bloated abdomen filling half the chamber and rising into the darkness above. Legs like tree trunks, each one ending in a point sharp enough to pierce armor. But rising from the front of that body, where a spider's head should have been, was something almost human. A torso. Arms ending in hands with too many fingers. A face that might have been beautiful once, ages ago. Before hunger and time, and darkness had carved it into something terrible beyond description. Shelob looked at him with eyes that held no light at all. Just endless, hungry darkness that seemed to drink in his Lumo spell without being touched by it. "So," she said. Her voice was silk and poison, sliding into Harry's ears like something physical, something alive. "The Dark Lord sends me a new toy to play with." How thoughtful of him. Harry felt Zimrifil freeze behind him, her breathing going shallow and rapid. He forced himself to stay calm, to keep his voice steady despite the primal terror clawing at his chest. "I'm not a toy," he said, "and I'm not food, either. I'm here on the Master's business." The Master. Shelob's lips, if they could be called that, curved into something like a smile. Her teeth were wrong, too many of them, too sharp. How amusing. He calls himself that, doesn't he? Master of the Dark Tower, Lord of Mordor. As if anything could master me. As if anything in this diminished age could contain what I am. She moved, and Harry had to fight every instinct not to run. The spider, legs carried her forward with horrible grace, that humanoid torso swaying with each step, until she was close enough that he could smell her. Old meat, ancient dust, something else underneath, something that made his scar burn and his stomach turn with remembered terror. "But you," Shelob said, leaning closer, her empty eyes fixed on his forehead, on the lightning bolt scar that marked him as different from everything else in this world. "You are interesting, little wizard. You carry something inside you. something familiar, something that tastes like home. Harry's hand tightened on his wand until his knuckles ached. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Shelob's head tilted, an eerily human gesture from something so utterly inhuman. A piece of soul, torn and twisted, clinging to your spirit like a parasite. I can taste it from here, little wizard. It's delicious, dark and sweet and full of pain and rage. She inhaled deeply, her nostrils flaring. My mother would have loved it. Would have devoured you whole just to taste that darkness. The Horcrux. She could sense Voldemort's soul shard, the piece of the dark wizard that had clung to Harry since he was a baby. That's not your concern, Harry said, forcing the words out past the fear tightening his throat. Everything that enters my domain is my concern, little wizard. Shelob began to circle around him, and Harry turned with her, keeping her in sight, keeping himself between her and Zimrafil. But I wonder, does your master know what he's gotten himself? Does he understand what grows inside you? Does he know what you could become? Sauron knows everything that happens in Mordor. He sees all. Shelob laughed. It was a horrible sound, dry and clicking, echoing off the web-covered walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Does he? Does he truly? Then he knows what he plans for you, what you truly are to him, what purpose you serve. Harry's blood went cold. What do you mean? Poor little wizard. Shelob's voice was almost gentle now, almost tender, which made it so much worse. You think you're special to him. You think he sees you as an apprentice, a student, perhaps even a son. I can taste your attachment to him, your desperate need to belong somewhere, to be valued by someone. It's pathetic and delicious. Tell me what you mean, Harry demanded. His wand hand was shaking. I have watched the Dark Lord for ages beyond counting, little wizard. Since before he called himself Sauron. Since before he knelt at Morgoth's feet. I know what he does with things he values. I know how he uses them. Shelob stopped circling, her empty eyes boring into Harry's with an intensity that made his scar throb. He consumes them. What? He takes what is useful and discards what is not. He pours himself into vessels and burns away whatever was there before. Shelob leaned closer, her breath cold against Harry's face, smelling of rot and ancient hunger. You are not his heir, little wizard. You are not his child. You are not his apprentice. You are a vessel. A container waiting to be filled with his will. When the time is right, when you have grown strong enough to be useful, he will pour himself into you and burn away whatever is left of Harry Potter. Harry felt the words hit him like physical blows. His mind raced, rejecting what she was saying even as some part of him whispered that it made sense. That it explained everything. The careful training, the gradual increase in power, the way Sauron looked at him sometimes, measuring, calculating, like he was examining an investment. You're lying, he said, but his voice came out weak, uncertain. You're trying to manipulate me. Am I? Ask yourself this, little wizard. Why does he train you so carefully? Why does he tolerate your power when he destroys all others who might threaten his dominion? Why does he let you grow strong when strength is the one thing a Dark Lord cannot abide in his servants? Shelob's smile widened, showing more of those terrible teeth. "Why does he keep you alive at all?" Harry had no answer. The questions she was asking were the same ones he'd been avoiding for years, pushing down every time they surfaced, burying them under gratitude and loyalty, and the desperate need to believe that someone, somewhere, actually wanted him. "I see the doubt in you now," Shelob purred. "Good. Doubt is the beginning of wisdom. The Dark Lord wants you blind and trusting, a perfect little vessel that walks willingly into the fire. But you are not blind anymore, are you? You see the chains even as you wear them. Why are you telling me this?" Harry demanded. "What do you gain from it?" Shelob's laugh echoed through the chamber again. "Entertainment, little wizard. I have been alone in these tunnels for ages beyond counting. The orcs that wander in are barely more interesting than rats. But you are a puzzle, a mystery, something new in a world that has grown very old and very boring." Her empty eyes glittered. "I want to see what you do with the truth. Whether you embrace it or deny it, whether you fight or submit, the outcome matters little to me, only the spectacle. You're insane, perhaps. Or perhaps I am simply old enough to no longer care about the petty struggles of mortals and immortals alike. Sauron will rise or fall. The world will spin or stop. None of it matters to me, little wizard. Only the hunger, only the darkness." She began to retreat into the shadows, her massive body fading into the black. "Only the endless, beautiful hunger that is all I have left. The eye does not share power," Shelob continued relentlessly. "He does not raise successors. He raises tools. And you, with your strange magic and your fragment of foreign darkness, are the most useful tool he has found in an age. A body that can hold power. A mind that can be emptied and refilled. A vessel, Harry." Zimrafil's voice cut through the haze of shock and horror. "We need to move. Now." Harry blinked. Coming back to himself, he'd almost forgotten she was there. "What?" "Listen." He heard it then. Drums. Distant but getting closer, the sound echoing through the tunnels. And voices, harsh Orcish voices, raised in something between a war cry and a chant. "The rebels," Zimrafil said. Her knife was in her hand now, her rings glowing with barely contained power. "They've found us." Shelob made that horrible clicking laugh again. "It seems our conversation must be cut short, little wizard. Such a pity. I was enjoying watching you break." She retreated into the shadows, her massive body disappearing into the darkness with impossible silence. "But think on what I have told you. The truth is often the cruelest gift anyone can give." Then she was gone, leaving Harry and Zimrafil alone as the sound of approaching orcs grew louder. There they came through the tunnels like a flood of gray, green flesh and rusted steel. Harry counted at least 20 orcs, maybe more, pouring into the chamber from multiple entrances. They wore mismatched armor that looked like it had been scavenged from a dozen different battles, carried weapons that ranged from proper swords to crude clubs and sharpened bones. Their faces were painted with symbols Harry didn't recognize, crude markings in what looked like blood. "There they are!" One of them screamed, pointing with a rusted blade. "The Dark Lord's pets! Kill them!" "Kill them and take their heads back to the chiefs," Harry didn't have time to think about Shelob's words. Didn't have time to process what she'd told him. All he had time for was survival. Stupefy. The red stunner hit the lead orc square in the chest and dropped him instantly.
Stupefy! Stupefy!
3 more fell, collapsing like puppets with their strings cut. But there were too many of them, and they were spreading out, trying to surround him and Zimrafil, cutting off escape routes. Harry felt his back hit something solid and realized Zimrafil was there, pressed against him, facing the other direction. "Back to back," she said, her voice tight but controlled. "Don't let them flank us." Harry nodded, though she couldn't see it. "Can you do that shadow thing?" "The one from the library." "Not enough contrast down here. I need light and dark to work with, and your spell is the only light source." Her knife flashed silver as an orc got too close, opening its throat in a spray of dark blood. "We need to move. Get to higher ground where there's more light." "Working on it." Harry apparated, vanishing from beside her with a crack and reappearing in the middle of a cluster of orcs. They howled in surprise as he lashed out with Reducto, the blasting curse tearing through them like a bomb going off. Bodies flew in different directions. Blood and worse splattered the walls. Harry was already moving, already apparating again, appearing next to Zimrafil and grabbing her arm. "Hold on." He apparated them both, a longer jump this time, pushing through the resistance of the tunnel's ancient wards. They emerged at the chamber's edge, near one of the smaller exits. Zimrafil stumbled, her face going pale, one hand pressing against her stomach. "Warn me next time before you do that. That feels like being turned inside out." "Sorry." "No time." Harry pulled her toward the exit. "Come on before they regroup." They ran. The tunnel twisted and turned, narrower than the ones they'd come through, barely wide enough for them to pass single file. Behind them, Harry could hear the orcs pursuing, their cursing and shouting echoing off the stone walls. "We need to find a way out," Zimrafil gasped. She was keeping up, but barely. Blood seeped from a cut on her arm, where an orc blade had gotten through her guard. "These tunnels go for miles. We could wander until they catch us, or until we run into something worse." "I know." Harry's mind raced. "Just keep moving. I'll think of something." The tunnel opened into another chamber, smaller than the last. Dead end. No other exits that Harry could see, just walls of webbed stone closing in on all sides. "Brilliant thinking," Zimrafil said flatly. "Your navigation skills are truly impressive." "Shut up. I'm working on it." The orcs poured in behind them, maybe 15 still standing after Harry's earlier attacks. They spread out in a semicircle, blocking the tunnel entrance, their yellow eyes gleaming with malicious pleasure in the light of Harry's wand. Nowhere left to run. "Little lordlings," one of them said. He was bigger than the others, with a crude iron crown welded to his helmet and scars that covered most of his face. The leader, probably. "The Eye's favorites, come to our domain. The lads have been hoping for entertainment like this." "Who are you?" Harry kept his wand raised, ready to fight. "What do you want?" "Want? We want what we've always wanted. Freedom from the Eye. Freedom from his slaves in black robes and his pet wizard." The crowned orc spat on the ground. Mortar for the orcs. That's our cry. No more serving. No more dying for his wars. And your heads on pikes will send a message even the Dark Lord can't ignore. You're insane, Zimrafil said. Sauron will destroy you. All of you. He'll hunt you to the ends of Middle-earth. Maybe, but we'll die free. The crowned orc raised his blade. Kill them both, the orcs charged. Harry lost himself in the fight. Spells and steel, blood and screaming. He apparated constantly, never staying in one place long enough for them to pin him down. Stupefy dropped them. Reducto tore them apart. Expelliarmus ripped weapons from hands. Zimrafil fought beside him, her knife a blur of silver, her blood magic finally finding enough contrast to work with as the fighting created pools of darkness and light. Shadows rose from the floor and grabbed at orc legs, tripping them. Her knife found throats and hearts with surgical precision. Together they were devastating, two predators tearing through enemies like wolves through sheep. But there were too many, and Harry was tired, drained from the constant apparition, from the spells, from the emotional weight of Shelob's revelations. He didn't see the blade coming until it was too late. One of the orcs had gotten behind Zimrafil while she was focused on another. It raised a jagged knife, the blade coated with something that gleamed wetly in the wandlight. Poison. Harry recognized the sheen from his studies. He moved without thinking. Harry threw himself between Zimrafil and the blade, taking the hit meant for her. The knife punched into his side, sliding between his ribs with a cold, awful sensation. Pain exploded through him, followed almost immediately by a spreading numbness that told him the poison was already working, already spreading through his blood. He screamed and lashed out, a wandless burst of pure force that sent the attacking orc flying into the wall with a sickening crunch. But the damage was done. Harry fell to his knees, hand pressed against the wound, blood seeping hot and wet between his fingers.
Harry!
Zimrafil's voice, sharp with something that might have been fear, might have been shock. She was beside him suddenly, her knife taking down the last of the orcs with brutal efficiency. Then she was kneeling in front of him, her hands pushing his aside to look at the wound. "Stupid," she hissed. "Stupid. Reckless. Idiotic. Why did you do that?" "Couldn't let them hurt you," Harry managed. The numbness was spreading faster now, climbing up his torso like cold fingers. "Would have ruined my track record of not getting you killed. You're dying, and you're making jokes." Zimrafil's hands were moving, pulling something from her belt. A vial of something dark and thick. "Hold still. This is going to hurt." She poured the liquid into the wound before Harry could respond. He screamed again, his back arching off the ground as fire replaced the numbness. It felt like she'd poured molten metal directly into his veins. "Blood magic," Zimrafil said, her voice tight with concentration. Her rings were blazing now, all of them, red light filling the chamber. "My blood binding to yours, forcing the poison out. Don't fight it." Harry couldn't have fought it if he'd wanted to. The pain was too overwhelming. He felt something happening inside him, something beyond normal healing. Her magic was twisting through his blood, burning the poison wherever it found it. And something else. He could feel her. Not just her magic, but her. Her fear, barely contained beneath her icy exterior. Her anger at herself for letting him get hurt. Her something else. Something she was trying very hard not to feel. The fire faded slowly, replaced by a warmth that was almost pleasant. Harry opened eyes he didn't remember closing. Zimrafil was still kneeling beside him, her face pale, sweat beading on her forehead. The spell had cost her. That was stupid, she said again, but her voice was softer now. You already said that. It bears repeating. She helped him sit up, her hands gentler than he'd expected. Nobody has ever. Nobody does that. Not here. Not in Mordor. Does what? Takes a blade for someone else. Not unless there's something in it for them. Not unless they're getting paid or playing some angle. Her dark eyes searched his face. Why did you do it? What do you want from me? Harry thought about the question. Thought about all the answers he could give. Political ones. Strategic ones. Lies that would make sense in the brutal world of Mordor's constant scheming. I don't know, he said finally. The truth. I just couldn't let them hurt you. I didn't think about why. I just moved. Zimrafil stared at him for a long moment. Her composure, that mask she always wore, was cracking. He could see the woman underneath, the one who'd had her arm broken by her father, who'd killed to survive, who'd spent her whole life in a world where kindness was weakness and trust was death. You're insane, she said. But there was no heat in it. Probably. She leaned forward. Slowly, like she was fighting herself every inch of the way. And then she kissed him. It wasn't gentle. Nothing about Zimrafil was gentle. Her lips were fierce against his, demanding. Like she was trying to prove something. To him or to herself, Harry couldn't tell. He kissed her back. Tasting copper from where she'd bitten her lip during the healing. Tasting something darker underneath. The residue of her magic. When she pulled back, her dark eyes were wide, vulnerable in a way Harry had never seen before. This changes nothing, she said quickly. Don't think this means I trust you. Don't think this makes us anything other than what we are. And what are we? She didn't answer. Instead, she stood, pulling him up with her. Can you walk? Harry tested his legs. The wound in his side was already closing, the skin knitting together under the influence of her magic. It hurt, but it was the hurt of healing rather than dying. Yeah, I can walk. Good. Because we need to get out of here, before more of them find us. Zimrafil was already moving toward the exit, her mask sliding back into place. But Harry had seen what was underneath now. Had felt it, through the blood-magic connection. She cared. Underneath all the ice and armor, and political calculation, she actually cared about him. It was the most dangerous thing he'd discovered in years. They navigated the tunnels in silence, Zimrafil leading now, since Harry was still weak from the poison and the healing. She seemed to have some instinct for finding the way, or maybe she was just lucky. Either way. The tunnels gradually grew lighter, the air less thick, until they could see the exit ahead, a gray rectangle of Mordor's perpetual twilight. Harry paused at the threshold, one hand braced against the stone. His side ached where the blade had gone in. His head was swimming from blood loss, and the after-effects of Zimrafil's magic. "Wait," he said. Zimrafil stopped, turning back to look at him. "We need to keep moving. More rebels could be following." "I know. Just give me a moment." Harry leaned against the wall, trying to catch his breath. The things Shelob said about Sauron, about what I am to him. I heard her. Do you believe it? Zimrafil was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful, measured. "I believe that Shelob is old enough to know things the rest of us have forgotten. I believe she has no reason to lie to you, and many reasons to tell the truth in a way that hurts." She paused. "I believe the Master is capable of anything, including using someone who trusts him as a vessel for his will." That's not exactly reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be true. Zimrafil stepped closer, her dark eyes meeting his. "But I also believe this. Whatever Sauron planned when he took you in, you are not the same scared child who fell through the veil 10 years ago. You have power now, knowledge, allies." Her hand brushed his, just briefly. "You have options that Vessel does not." "Options like what?" "Running. Where would I go?" Sauron's reach extends across all of Middle-earth. The only places beyond his sight are held by his enemies, and they'd kill me just for being what I am. "I don't know yet, but we have time to figure it out." Zimrafil's voice was firm. "We, not just you. Do you understand?" Harry looked at her, really looked. This woman, who had grown up in a world as brutal as his, who had survived by being harder and smarter than everyone around her, who had just saved his life and kissed him, and was now offering to stand with him against the most powerful being in Middle-earth. "Why?" he asked. "Why would you risk yourself for this?" "For me. Because you're the first person in my entire life who's ever put themselves in danger to protect me without wanting something in return." Zimrafil's mask slipped again, just for a moment, showing the woman underneath. "Because when I look at you, I see someone like me. Someone who survived when they should have died. Someone who refuses to be a victim anymore." She pulled back, her composure returning. "And because if Sauron falls, there will be opportunities. For both of us." Harry almost laughed. "There's the Zimrafil I know. Always thinking about the angles. One can have multiple motivations for the same action." Her lips curved into that not quite smile. "Self-interest and genuine care are not mutually exclusive. Not in Mordor." "Fair enough." Harry pushed himself off the wall, testing his weight. The pain was manageable now. He could walk. He could keep going. "Let's get out of here. We can figure out the rest when we're not standing in a tunnel full of corpses." Zimrafil nodded, and together they stepped out into the dying light of the Morgul Vale. They emerged from the tunnels as the sun was setting behind the mountains, painting the Morgul Vale in shades of red and purple that matched the blood drying on their clothes. Harry's side throbbed with every step, but Zimrafil's healing had held. He'd live. Probably even without much scaring. The walk back was quieter than the walk there. Too much had happened. Too much had changed for easy conversation. Harry's mind kept circling back to Shelob's words, turning them over and over like stones in a river. A vessel. A container. Something to be filled and used and discarded when it was no longer useful? Was it true? Was that really what Sauron had planned for him all along? He thought about the Dark Lord's golden eyes, watching him over the years. The careful training that had shaped him into a weapon. The gradual increase in power and responsibility that had made him feel valued, important, needed. He'd always assumed it was because Sauron saw potential in him, saw something worth developing. But what if it was something else entirely? What if all of it, the teaching, the trust, the almost paternal attention, was just preparation, fattening the calf before the slaughter? "You're thinking about what she said." Harry looked up. Zimrafil was watching him, her expression unreadable in the fading light. "You heard." "I heard enough. The spider's warning about the Master's plans for you." She paused, choosing her words with the care of someone who'd spent their life navigating dangerous conversations. "I don't know if it's true. I don't know if she was lying to manipulate you, or telling the truth to destabilize you, or some combination of both. But I know this: you need to be careful. More careful than you've ever been. Whatever Sauron's plans are, knowing about them puts you in danger. I'm always in danger, more danger than usual." Then Zimrafil stepped closer, lowering her voice, even though there was no one around to hear. "The Witch King has been watching you. The missing weapons suggest someone is planning something. And now this." She shook her head. "Too many threats converging at once. It's not coincidence. Someone is moving pieces into place." Harry thought about Shadow's observations, about the quartermaster's fear, about all the small signs he'd been cataloging over the past weeks, about the mystery he'd been trying to solve. "Something's coming," he said slowly. "Something big. And I'm at the center of it somehow." "Yes." Zimrafil's hand found his in the darkness, squeezed briefly, then let go. "Whatever it is, you won't face it alone. Not anymore." Harry looked at her, at this dangerous, beautiful woman who just saved his life with blood magic and kissed him in a cave full of dead orcs. It was possibly the least romantic first kiss in the history of any world. It was also possibly the most honest one he'd ever experienced, or could imagine experiencing. "I thought this changed nothing," he said. "I lied." Zimrafil's lips curved into something that was almost, but not quite, a smile. "It's what we do in Mordor: lie to survive, lie to protect ourselves. Lie because the truth is too dangerous to speak." She looked away, toward the distant glow of Mount Doom on the horizon. "But maybe some truths are worth the risk." They walked on through the darkening valley, two survivors in a world that devoured the weak. Behind them, the tunnels of Cirith Ungol held their secrets and their dead. Ahead, Barad-dûr waited with its own secrets, its own dangers, its own terrible truths. And somewhere in the shadows of her ancient lair, Shelob watched them go, her empty eyes holding knowledge older than the Dark Lord himself. The game was changing. The players were moving into position. And Harry Potter, the boy who fell through the veil, was running out of time to figure out which side he was really on. But for now, in this moment, with Zimrafil walking beside him, and the stars beginning to emerge through Mordor's perpetual haze, he allowed himself to feel something he hadn't felt in a very long time. hope. It was a strange feeling, almost foreign after so many years in the darkness. But it was there, small and fragile, like a candle flame in a hurricane. Zimrafil was right. He had options now. He had power. He had someone who would stand with him. He wasn't the scared child who had fallen through the veil anymore. He was something else. Something that even Sauron might not have anticipated. And maybe, just maybe, that made all the difference. The road ahead was long and dark. The enemies were many and powerful. The truth about Sauron's plans hung over him like a blade waiting to fall. But Harry Potter had survived the Dursleys. He had survived Voldemort's curse. He had survived falling between worlds. He had survived 10 years in the heart of Mordor itself. He would survive this too. Or he would die trying. Either way, the Dark Lord was going to learn that some tools have minds of their own. Some vessels refuse to be filled. Some weapons, once forged, cannot be so easily controlled. The boy who fell was gone. In his place stood something new, something dangerous, something that even a Dark Lord might learn to fear. And beside him walked a woman who had kissed him in a cave full of dead orcs, and promised to stand with him against the world. It was, Harry reflected, possibly the most Mordor thing that had ever happened. He found himself smiling as they walked. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had finally found a purpose, a direction, a reason to keep fighting. Shelob had meant to break him with her truth. Instead, she had set him free. Above them, the eye of Sauron burned in its tower, watching over all of Mordor. But it could not see into Harry's heart. It could not know the doubts that now lived there, or the plans that were beginning to form, or the alliance that had been forged in blood and fire. Not yet. But soon, the Dark Lord would learn that some cages cannot hold what grows inside them. Some weapons, once sharpened, cut both ways. And some vessels, Harry thought as the gates of Barad, Der Rose in the distance, are meant to shatter. Osgiliath was burning. The orders had come 3 days ago, delivered by the mouth of Sauron himself, in that lipless, sneering way that made Harry want to curse the messenger, just on principle. The time has come, the mouth had said. His dead eyes fixed somewhere over Harry's shoulder. The Master has deemed you ready to lead his armies in battle. You will take the city of Osgiliath. You will secure the river crossing. You will demonstrate to the men of Gondor what happens to those who oppose the will of the Aed. Harry had nodded, had accepted the command with the same cold efficiency he'd learned to project over the years. Inside, something had twisted. This was real now, not training exercises, not skirmishes against rebel orcs, real war, real death. And now here he was, standing on the western bank of the Anduin, watching the ancient city die. Harry stood on the western bank of the Anduin and watched the ancient city die. Flames licked at buildings that had stood for 3,000 years, stone and timber and history turning to ash. Smoke rose in black columns against the gray sky. So thick it blocked out what little light filtered through Mordor's perpetual haze. The screams of the dying mixed with the war cries of the orcs and the clash of steel on steel, until everything blurred into one terrible symphony of destruction. He'd never seen war before, Not like this. Training exercises and skirmishes against rebel orcs were nothing compared to the reality of two armies tearing each other apart across a ruined city. The scale of it was overwhelming. Thousands upon thousands of bodies locked in combat, the river running red with blood. This was what Sauron had been preparing for. This was what 10 years of training had been building toward. Harry was finally seeing the Dark Lord's vision made manifest, and he couldn't decide if he was impressed or horrified. Maybe both. Maybe that was the only sane response. The smell of it was overwhelming. Smoke and blood and burning flesh, all mixed together into something that coated the back of Harry's throat and made his stomach churn. He'd smelled death before, had grown used to the charnel stench of Mordor's pits and forges. But this was different. This was fresh. This was happening right now, all around him, because of orders he had given. He pushed the thought away. There would be time for doubt later. For now he needed to be what they expected him to be. The Black Prince. Sauron's weapon. The eastern quarter has fallen. Gothmog reported, the orc general's scarred face twisted into something like satisfaction. He was ugly even by orc standards, one side of his face melted by some ancient fire that had left the skin waxy and tight. His left eye was a milky white orb that seemed to stare at nothing. But he was also one of the most effective commanders in Mordor's army, a veteran of countless battles who had survived when better warriors died. The men are retreating across the river. We'll have the bridges by nightfall. Casualties? Harry asked, keeping his voice flat and professional. It was a skill he'd learned over the years. This ability to discuss death, like it was a matter of accounting. Heavy, but acceptable. 3,000 dead, maybe 4. Another 2,000 wounded badly enough they won't fight again. Gothmog shrugged. A gesture that looked wrong on his hunched, misshapen frame. We have more. They don't. That's all that matters in the end. 3,000 dead. 4,000. Numbers that should have meant something. Should have carried weight. Each one of those numbers was a life, an individual with hopes and fears, and maybe even loved ones waiting for them to come home. But standing here, watching the city burn, they were just numbers, just statistics in a ledger that measured victory in bodies. Harry thought about Shelob's words, echoing in his mind like they had every day since Cirith Ungol. About being a vessel. About Sauron's true plans. He'd spent the weeks since that encounter trying to figure out what to do with that knowledge, and he still didn't have an answer. He couldn't confront Sauron directly. Couldn't run. Couldn't even be sure if the spider had been telling the truth or simply enjoying herself by planting seeds of doubt. What he did know was that he couldn't show doubt. Not here, not now. The army was watching him. The Dark Lord's apprentice leading them to war for the first time. Orc captains and black Númenórean lords and human slaves pressed into service, all of them looking to him for guidance. Any sign of weakness would be reported back to Barad-dûr before the sun set. So he played his part. The Black Prince, Sauron's right hand. The weapon the Dark Lord had spent 10 years forging. Push the advantage, Harry ordered. His voice carrying the authority he'd learned to project. I want the bridges secured before they can destroy them. Send the Uruk high forward to reinforce the assault on the southern bridge. And tell your captains to take prisoners where possible. The master wants information about Gondor's defenses. Gothmog's yellow eye narrowed, the Milky One continuing its vacant stare. Prisoners slow us down. Dead enemies don't need guarding or feeding. Prisoners have value. Dead men tell no secrets. They can't be interrogated about troop positions, or defensive weaknesses, or which lords might be open. Persuasion. Harry met the orc's gaze without flinching. Do you have a problem following orders? General. A tense moment passed between them. Gothmog was old, experienced, and he'd been commanding armies since before Harry was born. He had the respect of his troops, the fear of his enemies, and probably didn't appreciate being ordered around by a human who hadn't even reached his 20th year. But he also knew what happened to those who defied the will of Barad-dûr. He'd probably seen it happen to others, seen the eye's displeasure made manifest in fire and shadow. No problem, the general said finally, his voice a low growl. I'll pass the word. Prisoners where possible. He turned and lumbered away, shouting orders in black speech that echoed harshly off the ruined walls. Harry watched him go, then turned his attention back to the battle. Asgu circled overhead, her misshapen wings beating against the smoky air. She'd grown in the months since Harry had first started feeding her, though she was still smaller than the other fell beasts by a significant margin. Her crooked beak had straightened somewhat with proper nutrition, and her bent wing had healed enough that she could fly properly, if not gracefully. Small enough to be agile, fast enough to be useful. Loyal enough that she'd come when he called, even into battle. Harry had ridden her to war, much to the dismay of the Nazgul, who considered fell beasts their exclusive mounts. The Witch King himself had protested to Sauron, arguing that letting a mortal ride one of the creatures diminished their terror, their mystique. But Sauron had allowed it, had even seemed pleased by the development. Another sign, perhaps, that the Dark Lord saw Harry as something more than a simple apprentice, or something less than human. Harry, he turned to find Zimrafil approaching through the smoke and chaos. Her dark lithers were splattered with blood. That wasn't her own, and there was a fresh cut on her cheek that would probably scar. But her eyes were sharp, alert, the eyes of a survivor who had been through worse and come out the other side. She'd been fighting in the Eastern Quarter, leading a contingent of black Númenórean soldiers in the push to secure the bridges. Real combat, blade to blade, not the distant command post Harry had been forced to occupy. Report, he said, though what he wanted was to ask if she was all right, to check her for wounds, to pull her away from the fighting and make sure she was safe. But commanders didn't do that. Commanders kept their emotions locked away, where they couldn't interfere with decisions that needed to be made. The northern bridge is ours. The southern one is contested, but we're winning. Should have it within the hour. She paused, wiping blood from her knife on her leathers. There's something else. We captured a group of Gondorian officers trying to organize a retreat. One of them, he's important. A captain, maybe higher. The soldiers were protecting him like he was royalty, dying to give him time to escape. Where is he now? Being held in what's left of the eastern watchtower. My men have him secured. Her dark eyes met his, and there was something calculating in them. I thought you'd want to see him yourself, before the orcs get their hands on him. Officers like that don't stay intact for long in orc custody. Harry nodded, led the way. The watchtower had taken a direct hit from one of the siege engines. Half of it was rubble. Massive stones scattered across the ground like a giant's discarded toys. The other half stood at a precarious angle that suggested it wouldn't be standing much longer, every gust of wind making it groan and shift. Inside, a group of Gondorian prisoners knelt on the blood-stained floor, their hands bound behind their backs with rough rope. Some of them were wounded, makeshift bandages wrapped around arms and legs and torsos. All of them wore the defeated look of men who knew they were going to die, who were just waiting to find out how. Harry's eyes found the important one immediately. He was younger than Harry had expected, maybe 30, with dark hair that fell to his shoulders and gray eyes that held intelligence even in defeat. His armor was better quality than the others, finely crafted steel that bore the white tree of Gondor on the breastplate. Even bound and kneeling, bloodied and beaten, he carried himself like someone who was used to giving orders rather than taking them. "Who are you?" Harry asked, stopping in front of him. The man looked up, meeting Harry's eyes without flinching. Most men looked away from Harry's gaze now, unsettled by the gold that flickered at the edges of his green irises. This one didn't. "Faramir," he said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. Despite the blood trickling from a cut on his forehead, despite the bruises forming on his face. "Captain of Gondor, son of the steward Denethor, commander of the Rangers of Ithilien, though I don't imagine that title means much anymore. Son of the steward. That meant he was effectively a prince, second in line to rule Gondor after his brother Boromir. A valuable prisoner indeed, worth more than a dozen bridges, worth more than the entire eastern shore of the river. You're a long way from Minas Tirith, Captain," Harry said, "and you're a long way from wherever darkness spawned you." Faramir's voice held no fear, only a kind of wary curiosity. "Though I confess, I did not expect the Dark Lord's general to be so young, or so human. The stories say you're a demon wearing human skin. They say you drink the blood of your enemies and commune with the darkness itself." "I'm not his general. I'm his apprentice, and the stories exaggerate." Harry paused. "Mostly. Ah, an apprentice. That explains the robes, I suppose." "Very dramatic." Faramir glanced at Harry's black attire, at the wand holstered at his hip, at the dark cloak that billowed in the wind from the shattered walls. "I've heard other stories about you, you know. The wizard from another world who serves the enemy. Some say you were kidnapped as a child, stolen from your home and twisted by dark magic. Others say you came willingly, seeking power that the light could never offer. And what do you say?" Faramir studied him for a long moment, those gray eyes seeming to look past Harry's face into something deeper. "I say you have the eyes of someone who has seen too much too young. Someone who carries weight they didn't ask for. Someone who has learned to survive in darkness, but hasn't forgotten what light looks like. He paused, his head tilting slightly. I say you look tired, wizard. Tired and uncertain, not the eyes of a true believer. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. This man was perceptive. Dangerously so. He saw too much, understood too much. A mind like that could be useful as an ally, or devastating as an enemy. Be careful, Captain, he said quietly. Reading too much into your enemy's eyes can get you killed. Perhaps. I've always had a habit of seeing things others miss. My father considers it a weakness. This tendency to look for nuance when he wants certainty. Faramir's gray eyes held Harry's without wavering. But I've always believed in looking for the light, even in the darkest places, even in the heart of the enemy's domain. There's no light in Mordor. No. Faramir smiled slightly, a strange expression on a man in his position. And yet you're standing here talking to me, instead of leaving me to the orcs. You ordered prisoners taken, when you could have ordered them killed. You looked at me with curiosity rather than hatred. His voice softened. There's something human in you still, wizard. Something that hasn't been completely consumed by the shadow. I wonder if you even know it's there. You don't know anything about me. I know you haven't killed me yet, even though you probably should. I know you're standing here, having a conversation with a prisoner, when you should be commanding a battle. Faramir's eyes never left Harry's. I know that somewhere beneath all that darkness, there's a person who isn't sure if they're doing the right thing. I can see the doubt in you, wizard. I've learned to recognize it. And what makes you such an expert on doubt? Faramir's smile was sad, knowing. Because I've lived with it my whole life. My father wanted a warrior. He got a scholar. My brother was everything I wasn't, brave and bold and certain. I was the one who questioned, who wondered, who saw the gray in places everyone else saw only black and white. He paused. It's a lonely way to live, wizard. Seeing nuance when everyone around you demands simplicity. Harry found himself oddly moved by the captain's words. Here was a man who understood what it was like to not fit, to be different from what was expected of him. In another world, another life, they might have been friends. Your brother, Harry said. Boromir. He went to Rivendell, didn't he? Part of some fellowship. You know about that. Sauron knows many things. The Palantir shows him much. Harry watched Faramir's face carefully. Your brother fell, at Amon Hen, trying to protect two halflings. Pain flickered across Faramir's features, quickly suppressed. I know. I felt it, somehow. A brother knows when his brother dies. He took a breath. Boromir made mistakes. He was tempted by the ring's power, tried to take it by force. But in the end, he died well. He died protecting the innocent. That's all any of us can hope for. You're remarkably calm for someone discussing his brother's death with an enemy. Grief is a private thing, wizard. I won't give you the satisfaction of seeing it. Faramir's gray eyes hardened slightly. Besides, you didn't kill him. Orcs did. If anything, you and I are both victims of Sauron's machinations, playing roles in a drama he wrote long before either of us was born. A horn blast cut him off before Harry could respond. Not an orc horn, something clearer and brighter. A sound that seemed to cut through the smoke and chaos like a beam of light. Something that made the hair stand up on the back of Harry's neck. "What is that?" Zimriffel's hand went to her knife, her body tensing for combat. Faramir smiled, and for the first time there was genuine hope in his eyes. "That, servant of the enemy, is the Horn of Gondor. Reinforcements have arrived. Mithrandir has come." Harry ran to the shattered window and looked out over the battlefield. What he saw made his blood run cold. An army was pouring across the western bridge. Fresh troops in gleaming armor that caught what little light filtered through the smoke. Cavalry charged into the orc flanks with lances lowered, cutting through the surprised attackers like a blade through rotting cloth. Infantry followed in tight formations, shields locked, pressing forward with disciplined fury. And at the head of the charge, mounted on a white horse that seemed to glow with its own inner light, was a figure that stopped Harry's heart. A man in white robes, staff raised high, power radiating from him like heat from a forge. Even from this distance, Harry could feel it washing over him, could sense the vast reservoir of magic contained in that aged body. "Mithrandir," Zimriffel breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. The White Wizard. Gandalf. Harry had heard of Gandalf. Everyone in Mordor had heard of him. The enemy of the Dark Lord. The meddler who had plagued Sauron's plans for ages beyond counting. The wizard who had faced Balrogs and dragons and survived, who had died and come back stronger than before. But hearing stories and seeing the reality were two very different things. Even from this distance, Harry could feel the White Wizard's power. It was different from Sauron's, different from anything he'd encountered in Mordor, where the Dark Lord's magic felt like fire and shadow and crushing weight. Like a mountain pressing down on your soul, Gandalf's felt like sunlight breaking through clouds, like the first breath of spring after a long winter, like hope made tangible. It was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever felt, because it was also the most beautiful. "We need to retreat," Zimriffel said urgently, grabbing his arm. "The army's not prepared for this. We expected resistance. Not that. If we stay, if we try to hold, he'll slaughter us." "Newt." Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt, which surprised him. "If we retreat now, we lose everything. The bridges, the eastern shore, thousands of troops who can't fall back fast enough." He turned from the window, his mind racing through options and discarding them just as quickly. "I need to buy time. Get the army organized for a fighting withdrawal. We can save most of our forces if we're smart about this." "Buy time how?" Zimriffel's eyes widened as she understood what he was suggesting. "No, Harry, you can't. He's Gandalf the White, one of the Istari. He's fought things that would make the Witch King look like a child playing with toys. He'll destroy you." "Maybe." Harry drew his wand, felt the familiar weight of it in his hand, felt the connection between himself and the phoenix feather at its core. "But I have to try. Someone has to delay him long enough for the army to pull back. Then send someone else. Send one of the captains, one of the Númenóreans. Someone expendable. There's no one else who can match a wizard. Harry met her eyes, saw the fear there, the concern, the desperate plea for him to be reasonable. Get the prisoners secured, and start the retreat. I'll hold him as long as I can. Harry, that's an order, Zimrafil. He softened his voice. I'll be careful. I promise. You don't know how to be careful. You never have. But she nodded, her jaw tight with emotions she couldn't afford to show. Don't die, wizard. I've invested too much in keeping you alive to lose you now. She turned and began shouting orders to her soldiers. Harry watched her for a moment, memorizing the way she moved, the sound of her voice, just in case he never got to see her again. Then he headed for the door. Wizard. Faramir's voice stopped him at the threshold. For what it's worth, I hope you survive. I would like to understand you better. You're not what I expected. Harry looked back at the bound captain. For what it's worth, I hope you survive too. You're not what I expected either. Then he was gone. Racing through the ruined streets, toward the sounds of battle, toward the blinding white light that was cutting through his army like a scythe through wheat. Harry found Gandalf in what had once been a marketplace, now a charnel house of broken bodies and burning stalls. The white wizard stood in a circle of fallen orcs, at least 20 of them scattered around him like leaves around a tree. His staff crackled with power that made Harry's teeth ache, his robes somehow pristine despite the blood and ash that covered everything else. He looked up as Harry approached, and their eyes met across the battlefield. So, Gandalf said. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying easily over the sounds of combat, over the screams and the clash of steel and the roar of flames. You are the one they call the Black Prince, Sauron's pet wizard from another world. And you're Gandalf the Grey, or White now, I hear. Harry stopped 20 feet away, wand held ready at his side. You've been causing my master a lot of trouble over the years. Your master? Gandalf's eyes, ancient and piercing beneath bushy, white brows, studied him with unsettling intensity. Harry felt like he was being X-rayed, like the wizard could see through his skin to the bones beneath, to the soul beneath that. Tell me, boy, do you even know what he truly is? What he plans for Middle-earth? For you specifically. Harry felt Shelob's words echo in his mind. A vessel. Something to be consumed. I know enough, he said, keeping his voice steady. Do you? Gandalf took a step forward, and Harry felt the power radiating from him intensify, washing over him like a wave of heat. I sense something in you, young wizard, something that does not belong to this world. A fragment of a darker soul, torn and twisted, clinging to yours like a parasite. His eyes narrowed. You are a Horcrux. You carry a piece of another's darkness within you. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. How do you know that word? I am old, boy. Older than you can imagine. I have walked many worlds and seen many forms of dark magic. Many ways that evil men have tried to cheat death. Gandalf's voice softened slightly, taking on an almost gentle quality. I know what you carry. I know the burden of it, the way it whispers to you in the dark. And I know that Sauron did not take you in out of kindness or compassion. You don't know anything about me. I know that you are standing here, fighting for a monster who would devour the world if given the chance. I know that somewhere beneath the darkness, you've wrapped yourself in. There is still a boy who fell through a veil and found himself alone in a world of shadows. Gandalf raised his staff slightly. It doesn't have to be this way, Harry Potter. You can choose differently. You can step into the light. For a moment, just a moment, Harry hesitated. The White Wizard's words struck something deep inside him, something that remembered green grass and blue skies and a world that wasn't drowning in ash and fire. Something that remembered being a child, innocent and hopeful, before Vernon's fists and Petunia's slaps and Dudley's boots had taught him that hope was just another word for disappointment. Then he thought about the army behind him, the thousands of soldiers, orc and human alike, who would die if he didn't buy them time to retreat. He thought about Zimrafil, counting on him to hold the line. He thought about Shadow waiting back in Barad, loyal and trusting. He thought about Azigyu circling overhead, the runt who had become his friend. He thought about the fact that Gandalf, for all his talk of light and choice, was here to kill his people. The orcs might be monsters, but they were still people in their own way. The Black Númenóreans had families, loved ones. Even the human conscripts had lives they wanted to return to. Maybe you're right, Harry said slowly. Maybe Sauron is using me. Maybe everything I've built, everything I've become, is a lie built on manipulation. He raised his wand. But right now, in this moment, you're trying to destroy people I care about. People who are counting on me to protect them. And I can't let you do that.
Stupefy!
The red bolt of light shot toward Gandalf with all the speed Harry could muster. The White Wizard raised his staff, and a barrier of light materialized in front of him, absorbing the spell like water absorbing a stone thrown into a pond. So be it, Gandalf said, and there was genuine sadness in his voice. I had hoped you might choose differently. I had hoped that the light I sensed in you might be stronger than the darkness. He shook his head slowly. But hope is sometimes disappointed. He thrust his staff forward, and a beam of white light blazed toward Harry, like a bolt from heaven itself. Harry apparated, vanishing with a crack and reappearing 10 feet to the left. He sent 3 more stunners in rapid succession, red bolts of light cutting through the smoke. Then followed with a reducto that tore a crater in the cobblestones where Gandalf had been standing a heartbeat earlier. But Gandalf had moved too, faster than his aged appearance suggested was possible. His staff swept in an arc that left trails of white fire in the air, and a wave of force slammed into Harry, picking him up like a leaf in a hurricane and hurling him across the marketplace. Harry hit a shattered wall and felt something crack in his shoulder, the joint separating with a sickening pop. Pain exploded through him, white-hot and nauseating, but he pushed it down, forced himself to his feet through sheer force of will. Protego! The shield spell materialized just in time to catch another blast of white fire, the impact driving him back a step. You are skilled, Gandalf acknowledged, circling him like a wolf around wounded prey. His robes caught the light from a nearby fire, making him look like something out of a fever dream. Your magic is strange. unlike anything I have encountered before. In another life, you might have made a fine wizard of the light. In another life, I might have had a lot of things." Harry apparated again, this time appearing directly behind Gandalf.
Sectum Sempra.
The dark curse, learned from fragments of memories that weren't his own, from the piece of Voldemort's soul that clung to his scar, slashed through the air like an invisible blade. Gandalf spun, his staff coming up, but he wasn't quite fast enough. The spell caught his arm, slicing through his white robe and the flesh beneath, drawing a line of bright red blood. The white wizard hissed in pain, his eyes widening with surprise. "Dark magic. You wound me with dark magic, boy. Magic that should not exist in this world. I wound you with whatever works." Harry pressed his advantage, sending spell after spell at the injured wizard. Stunners, blasting curses, cutting hexes, fire and force and raw magical power. He didn't hold back, couldn't hold back, not against an opponent this powerful. But Gandalf was recovering, adapting to Harry's fighting style with terrifying speed. His staff moved in patterns that created shields of light, deflecting spells that should have been unblockable. He was old, ancient even, and he'd fought dark wizards since before Harry's world had discovered that magic was real. Enough! Gandalf slammed his staff into the ground, and a shockwave of pure light exploded outward in all directions. Harry raised his shield, poured every ounce of power he had into it. For a moment, just a moment, the shield held. He could feel the light pressing against his magic, testing it, probing for weakness. It was like trying to hold back the ocean with his bare hands. Then the shield shattered. The light tore through his protego like paper, lifting him off his feet and hurling him through a burning building. He crashed through walls, felt fire singe his clothes and skin, felt bones break and flesh tear. He tasted blood where he'd bitten through his tongue, felt the world spinning around him as he tumbled through the ruins. When he finally stopped moving, he was lying in rubble, staring up at the smoke-filled sky. Everything hurt. His shoulder was definitely dislocated, maybe worse. His ribs screamed with every breath. Blood dripped from a dozen cuts, pooling beneath him. He could hear Gandalf approaching, footsteps crunching on broken stone with slow, measured pace. "It's over, boy." The white wizard's voice was wary, almost sad. "You fought well, better than I expected, better than anyone has a right to expect from one so young. But you cannot defeat me. Not like this. Not with darkness as your only weapon." Harry tried to move, tried to raise his wand, but his body wouldn't respond. The pain was too great, the damage too severe. This was it. This was how he died. Not as a vessel for Sauron, not as a hero or a villain, but as a broken boy in the ruins of a city he'd helped destroy. Then a shadow fell across the sky. Askew came down like a thunderbolt, her misshapen wings folded tight, her crooked beak aimed at Gandalf's head. The white wizard spun, staff rising, but Askew was fast. Faster than any fell beast had a right to be. She slammed into him with all her weight, knocking him off his feet and sending his staff clattering across the rubble. "Go!" Harry screamed in Parseltongue, putting every ounce of will he had left behind the command.
"Get me out of here!"
Now! Askew twisted away from Gandalf's counterattack, a blast of white light that singed her tail. Her talons snagged Harry's shoulder, the dislocated one, and the pain was blinding. But he held on, clung to consciousness, clung to her as she launched herself into the air with powerful beats of her malformed wings. Below him, Harry could see Gandalf rising to his feet, retrieving his staff, pointing it at the sky. White light began to gather, brighter than the sun. Higher, Harry commanded.
Faster!
Askew responded, pushing herself beyond her limits. The world blurred as they climbed, as the light below grew brighter. As Harry felt the brush of Gandalf's power, reaching for them like fingers of fire. Then they were through the smoke, above the battlefield, and the White Wizard's power fell short. Harry allowed himself one ragged breath of relief before unconsciousness finally claimed him. Furtively he woke to pain and firelight. Harry opened his eyes to find himself lying on a makeshift pallet in what looked like a military tent. Bandages covered most of his torso, stained with blood and some kind of pungent salve. His shoulder had been reset, though it still throbbed with every heartbeat. His wand was on a small table beside him, along with a cup of water and a plate of food he couldn't identify. "You're awake." Zimmerful sat in a chair beside the pallet, watching him with an expression that mixed relief and fury in equal measure. Her dark eyes were red, rimmed, as if she'd been crying, though she would probably deny it to her dying breath. "How long was I out?" Harry croaked, his throat raw. 2 days. "You almost died." Her voice was flat, controlled. The voice she used when she was trying very hard not to feel something. "Your fell beast carried you all the way back to our lines. She wouldn't let anyone touch you until I arrived. Nearly took a healer's hand off when he tried to examine you without her permission." Askew. "Is she all right?" "She's fine. Exhausted from carrying you, but fine. She's been circling the camp ever since, refusing to eat, refusing to rest." Zimmerful leaned forward. "You fought Gandalf the White, alone, one-on-one, against my explicit advice. Someone had to buy time for the retreat. Someone else could have bought time, someone expendable. Not you." Her hand found his, gripped it tightly enough to hurt. "You promised you'd be careful." "I was careful. I'm still alive, aren't I?" "Barely." She released his hand and sat back, her jaw tight. The retreat was successful. We held the eastern shore and pulled most of our forces back in good order. Losses were significant but not catastrophic. A pause. "And we still have the steward's son. He's worth 100 bridges." "Faramir?" Harry remembered the captain's gray eyes, his unsettling perceptiveness. "He said something to me before the battle. That he saw something human in me still. He's a prisoner trying to manipulate his captor. It's what anyone would do in his position." "Maybe." But there was something in the way he said it, like he actually believed it. Harry shifted on the pallet, wincing at the pain in his ribs. He talked about his brother, too. Boromir. "Did you know Boromir tried to take the One Ring by force before he died?" Zimraffel's expression sharpened. "Where did you hear that?" "Faramir told me. He said his brother was tempted, but in the end, he died protecting the halflings." Harry paused. It made me think. Even the best of them can be corrupted by power. Even the heroes can fall, and the worst of us can rise. Zimrafil said quietly, "Is that what you're thinking? That there's hope for you yet?" "I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know anything anymore." Harry stared at the tent's ceiling again. "All I know is that Gandalf offered me a choice, and I turned him down. I chose to fight for Mordor. To protect our people, yes, but still, I chose this. And do you regret it?" Harry thought about the question carefully. Did he regret fighting? Did he regret protecting his soldiers? Did he regret surviving? "No," he said finally. "I don't regret it. I just wonder if there was another way. If I could have made a different choice that didn't end with me bleeding on a battlefield, while two wizards tried to kill each other. Maybe." Harry stared at the tent's ceiling, at the shadows dancing in the firelight. Gandalf said something similar, that I could choose differently, that I could step into the light. Zimrafil was quiet for a long moment. "What did you say?" "I said I couldn't let him destroy people I care about." Harry turned his head to look at her. "That includes you. That's why I stayed to fight." Something flickered across her face. Surprise, maybe. Or something deeper. "You're an idiot." "Probably. A romantic, suicidal idiot who picks fights with wizards, literally older than the sun itself." "Is that your way of saying you're glad I'm alive?" Zimrafil leaned down and kissed him. It was gentler than their first kiss, slower, more careful of his injuries. When she pulled back, her dark eyes were bright with something she usually kept hidden behind walls of ice and calculation. "Don't ever do that again," she whispered. "Don't ever make me watch you die. I couldn't bear it." "I'll try not to." "Try harder." She sat back, her mask slipping back into place. "The Master has sent word. He's pleased with the battle, despite the retreat. The eastern shore is ours, and Faramir's capture is a significant prize." She paused. "He wants us back in Barad-dûr as soon as you can travel. There are plans to be made. The war is just beginning." The war is just beginning. Harry thought about that. Thought about Gandalf's words, about Faramir's perceptiveness, about Shelob's warnings. Thought about the choice he was going to have to make sooner or later. "Zimrafil," he said slowly. "If it came down to it, if I had to choose between Sauron and something else, would you choose with me?" The silence stretched between them, heavy with implication. "I told you before," she said finally. "Whatever comes, you won't face it alone." "I meant that." Her dark eyes met his. "But Harry, if you're thinking what I think you're thinking, you need to be very, very careful."
"The eye sees much."
"I know. And the war we just fought, the war that nearly killed you, that was nothing, a skirmish. The opening move in a game that will end with either Sauron's victory or his destruction. I know that too. Do you? Do you truly understand what's coming?" Zimrafil's voice was urgent now, almost desperate. "The Dark Lord is gathering all his strength. Every orc, every troll, every creature of shadow that can be pressed into service. He's preparing for the final battle, the one that will decide the fate of Middle-earth. And you, Harry, you're at the center of his plans." Shelob said something similar. "That I was a vessel, that he intended to consume me somehow. The spider may have been right. I've done some research, asked careful questions in careful ways. There are rumors among the black Numenorian scholars. Old texts that speak of body, possession, of spirits passing from one form to another. Zimraffel's dark eyes were troubled. If Sauron truly intends to use you as a vessel for his spirit, to pour himself into your body and wear you like a suit of armor, we may have less time than we thought.
How much time?
I don't know. Months, maybe? Weeks if we're unlucky. She took his hand again, her grip fierce. Harry, whatever you're planning, whatever you're thinking, you need to move soon. Before he does. Before it's too late. Harry thought about that. Thought about the ticking clock that was now attached to his existence. Thought about all the impossible choices that lay ahead. I need to talk to Faramir, he said finally. Before we return to Barad-dûr. There's something about him, something that might be useful. The prisoner. Why? Because he sees things that others miss. Because he understood me better in 5 minutes than most people have in 10 years. Harry met her eyes. Because if I'm going to find a way out of this, I need to understand my enemies as well as my allies. And Faramir is the first enemy who's ever treated me like a person instead of a monster. Zimrafel studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I'll arrange it, but be careful what you say to him. He may see more than you intend. That's what I'm counting on. Rest now, she said softly. Heal. We'll talk more when we're back in the tower. She stood and moved toward the exit. At the flap, she paused. For what it's worth, I'm glad you survived. Even if you are a romantic, suicidal idiot. Then she was gone, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Shelob's words echoed in his mind. A vessel. A container. Gandalf's words joined them. You can choose differently. And Faramir's words, perhaps the most troubling of all. There's something human in you still. Harry closed his eyes. The war was just beginning, and he was running out of time to decide which side he was really on. The Black Prince of Mordor was waking up, and nothing would ever be the same. Outside the tent, he could hear the sounds of the army making camp. Orc voices raised in argument over spoils from the battle. The clang of metal on metal as weapons were repaired. The groans of the wounded, the quiet prayers of the dying, the distant rumble of Mount Doom, ever present, ever watchful. Harry lay there in the darkness, staring at the canvas ceiling, and thought about the man he had become. 10 years ago, he had been a scared child, huddled in a cupboard under the stairs, dreaming of escape, of rescue, of someone, anyone, coming to take him away from the Dursleys. He'd gotten his wish. The veil had taken him away, had dropped him in a world of darkness and fire and ancient evil. And he had survived. He had adapted. He had become something the scared child under the stairs could never have imagined. But was he proud of what he'd become? Was this the person he wanted to be? A commander of armies, a servant of darkness, a weapon in the hands of a monster. He thought about Faramir's words. There's something human in you still. Was there? After 10 years in Mordor, after everything he'd done and seen and become, was there still something human left inside Harry Potter? Or had the darkness consumed him so completely that he just couldn't see it anymore? He thought about Gandalf's offer. You can step into the light. Could he? After everything, after all the blood on his hands, was redemption even possible? Or was he too far gone, too corrupted by the shadow, to ever find his way back to the light? And if he did choose to fight against Sauron, what then? The Dark Lord was powerful beyond measure. The armies of Mordor were vast. The Nazgûl were terrible beyond imagining. What could one wizard, even one with Harry's strange powers, hope to accomplish against all of that? But then he thought about Zimrafil, about her promise to stand with him, whatever came, about the way she'd looked at him when she thought he might die. He thought about Shadow, waiting for him back in Barad-dûr, about Asgiu, who had risked her life to save him, about all the small kindnesses he'd managed to show, even in the heart of darkness. Maybe that was the answer. Maybe the human part of him wasn't about grand gestures or dramatic choices. Maybe it was about the small things. The prisoners he'd ordered taken instead of killed. The creatures he'd shown kindness when everyone else showed cruelty. The love he'd managed to find in a place that should have been incapable of producing it. Harry closed his eyes and let himself drift toward sleep. The war was just beginning. The choices he would have to make were still ahead of him. But for now, in this moment, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was not just Sauron's apprentice, not just the Black Prince, not just a weapon to be used and discarded. He was Harry Potter, and he would find his own way through the darkness. One way or another. Sleep came slowly, filled with dreams of white light and dark fire and gray eyes that saw too much. But when it finally claimed him, it was deep and dreamless, the sleep of someone who had fought as hard as they could and survived. Tomorrow the war would continue. Tomorrow the choices would become harder. But tonight, Harry Potter rested. And that was enough. The summons came at midnight, as Harry had known it would. He had been expecting it ever since they returned to Barad-dûr 3 days ago. Carried on Asgiu's back with his wounds still bleeding and his mind still reeling from the battle at Osgiliath. The Dark Tower had felt different the moment they passed through its gates. The air heavier than usual, the shadows deeper. The ever-present weight of Sauron's attention pressing down on him, like a mountain resting on his shoulders. Something had changed. Something was coming. And now he knew what it was. The mouth of Sauron stood in his doorway. That lipless face twisted into an expression that might have been anticipation or might have been hunger. It was hard to tell with the mouth. The man had surrendered so much of himself to Sauron's service that he barely qualified as human anymore. "The Master calls for you," he said, his dead voice echoing off the stone walls of Harry's chambers. "Come. Now. Alone." Harry looked at Zimrafil, who had been sitting with him at the table, going over maps of Gondor's defenses and discussing what they'd learned from the battle. Her dark eyes met his, and he saw the fear there, carefully controlled but unmistakable. She understood what this summons might mean. They'd discussed it often enough in whispered conversations when they thought no one was listening. "Go," she said quietly, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "I'll be here when you get back." If I get back, Harry thought but didn't say. Instead, he nodded and rose to follow the mouth, through the winding corridors of the dark tower. Shadow fell into step beside him, without needing to be asked. The great warg's silver, gray fur brushing against Harry's leg. After all these years, Shadow could read Harry's moods better than anyone. He knew something was wrong, even if he didn't know exactly what. The mouth glanced back and scowled, his dead eyes narrowing. The master said alone. "Shadow goes where I go," Harry said flatly, not breaking stride. "If the master objects, he can tell me himself." The mouth's scowl deepened, but he didn't argue. He knew better than to push. Whatever Harry was about to face, it wouldn't be improved by starting an argument with the Dark Lord's messenger. They climbed in silence, up stairs that seemed to go on forever, spiraling through the heart of Barad, like the coils of some vast serpent. They passed chambers filled with horrors Harry had learned to ignore over the years. Torture rooms and armories and pits, where nameless things lurked in the darkness. They passed windows that looked out on a landscape of fire and shadow and endless night. Mount Doom glowing in the distance like a wound in the earth. Harry found himself remembering the first time he'd made this climb 10 years ago. A scared child being led to meet the master of this terrible place. He'd been so afraid then, so alone, so desperate for anyone to offer him safety and purpose. Sauron had given him both. And now Harry was about to learn the price. Finally, they reached the Chamber of the Eye. Harry had been here before, of course, many times over the years. But it never got easier. The room was vast, larger than any other chamber in the tower, its walls lost in shadow that seemed to move and breathe. Its ceiling was so high it might as well have been the sky itself, and in the center, on a pedestal of black iron that seemed to drink in light, sat the Palantir, the seeing stone through which Sauron projected his will across Middle-earth. But tonight, there was something else. Something that made Harry's blood freeze in his veins. A figure stood beside the pedestal. Tall, perhaps 7 feet or more, wrapped in robes of shadow that seemed to be woven from the darkness itself. Where its face should have been, there was only more darkness. And within that darkness, 2 points of golden fire that burned with malevolent intelligence. Harry had never seen Sauron in physical form before. The Dark Lord usually communicated through the eye, through dreams and visions, and the crushing weight of his presence in Harry's mind. Sometimes he spoke through the mouth or the Nazgul, his will transmitted through his servants. But he had never, in all the years Harry had served him, manifested a body. Until tonight, and Harry understood, with cold and terrible certainty, why. My apprentice. Sauron's voice was like nothing Harry had ever heard before. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Honey and broken glass, a chorus of 1,000 voices speaking in perfect unison. You have done well at Osgiliath. The eastern shore is ours. The steward's son languishes in our dungeons. You have proven yourself worthy of my trust. Harry forced himself to bow, the motion automatic after 10 years of practice. I serve the Eye, Master. Yes. You have served well. For 10 years. You have been my faithful apprentice. My weapon. My instrument. Sauron moved, and the shadows moved with him. flowing like water around his form, as if the darkness itself was alive and responding to his will. But the time has come for you to serve a greater purpose. A final purpose. The war reaches its climax. Gondor will fall. Middle-earth will be mine. And you, my precious vessel, will help me claim it. Vessel. There it was. The word Shelob had used in her lair beneath, Cirith Ungol. The word that had haunted Harry's dreams every night since the spider had spoken it. "I don't understand, Master," Harry said carefully, though he understood all too well. He needed to buy time, needed to think, needed to find some way out of what was coming. "Don't you?" Those golden eyes burned brighter, and Harry felt the weight of Sauron's attention, like a mountain pressing down on his very soul, crushing him flat. "I think you do. I think the spider told you, in her lair beneath Cirith Ungol. I think you've known, or suspected, for some time now what I truly intend for you." Harry's blood went cold. "You knew about that conversation." "I know everything that happens in my domain, child. Every word spoken in Mordor eventually reaches my ears. Every secret whispered in the dark finds its way to me." Sauron's laugh was like the crackling of a great fire, consuming everything in its path. "Did you think you could keep secrets from me? Did you think you could scheme behind my back, whispering with the Númenórean woman, planning your pathetic little rebellion? He knows. He knows everything." The realization hit Harry like a blow to the stomach. All their careful planning, all their whispered conversations, all their preparations for this moment. Sauron had known about all of it. "I have watched you since the moment you fell through the veil between worlds," Sauron continued, his voice almost gentle now. "I have shaped you, molded you, prepared you for this moment. You are not just my apprentice, Harry Potter. You are not just my weapon. You are my future." "What do you mean?" "This body." Sauron gestured at himself with one shadowy hand, the motion almost casual, is a construct. A shell woven from shadow and will. It allows me to interact with the physical world, but it limits me, constrains me. I cannot wield my full power through this crude vessel. I am bound to the ring, and while the ring remains lost, I remain diminished. He stepped closer, and Harry had to fight every instinct not to retreat. The cold radiating from Sauron was worse than the Witch King, worse than any Nazgul. It was the cold of the void between stars, the cold of oblivion itself. "But you," Sauron continued, those burning eyes fixed on Harry's face, "you are different. You have been touched by death and survived. You carry a fragment of another's soul within you. Proof that your body can house more than one spirit without breaking. You have power, real power. Power that I have spent 10 years nurturing and developing like a gardener tends a precious plant." Harry felt shadow press harder against his leg, felt the warg's growl vibrating through his body. "You want to possess me. I want to become you, to pour my essence into your body, to burn away the small and frightened child you once were and replace it with something greater, something eternal, something worthy of the power you contain." Sauron's voice dropped to almost a whisper, seductive and terrible. "Think of it, Harry. You could live forever. You could wield power beyond anything you've ever imagined. The limitations that bind you now, the mortal weakness of flesh and blood, all of it would fall away. Together, we would be unstoppable. Together, we would rule Middle Earth for all eternity. Together, Harry repeated, his voice hollow. You mean you would control my body while I— What? Watch from inside. Cease to exist entirely. Become just another part of your consciousness. You would become part of me. Your memories, your experiences, your power, all of it would merge with my own. The distinction between us would cease to matter. You would not die, Harry Potter. You would become something more than you could ever be alone. It matters to me. Harry's voice was stronger now, fueled by a rising tide of anger that was burning away the fear. My identity. My choices. My life. Those things matter to me, even if they don't matter to you. Sauron was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its seductive quality, becoming cold and hard as iron, sharp as a blade. I had hoped you would accept this willingly. I had hoped that 10 years of care and training would have earned your loyalty, your gratitude, your love, even. He paused. But I see now that hope was misplaced. Care. Harry felt something break inside him. Some last thread of loyalty that had somehow survived all his doubts and fears. You call this care? You took a scared, abused child who had nowhere else to go and turned him into a weapon. You manipulated me, used me, lied to me for 10 years. You let me believe I was your apprentice, your heir, when all along I was just livestock, something to be fattened up and consumed when the time was right. I gave you power, Sauron said. I gave you purpose. I gave you a home when you had nothing and no one. I saved you from that pathetic existence in your world of origin, from the relatives who beat you and starved you and locked you in a cupboard. You gave me a cage. A comfortable cage, maybe, with nice clothes and good food and training that made me feel powerful. But still a cage. Harry's hand moved toward his wand, though he knew it was probably useless against the Dark Lord. The Dursleys were cruel, but at least they were honest about hating me. You pretended to be my savior while preparing me for slaughter. Foolish child. Sauron's voice dropped the pretense of warmth entirely now, becoming the voice of ancient evil, of power beyond mortal comprehension. Did you truly think you had a choice in this matter? Your body is mine. It has always been mine, from the moment I plucked you from the void between worlds. I have merely been waiting for it to ripen, for your power to reach its peak. And now that moment has come. He raised one shadowy hand, and Harry felt something reach for him. Not physically, but deeper. A tendril of darkness probing at his mind, his soul, his very essence, searching for a way in. Harry raised his occlumency shields, the mental defenses he'd spent years building under the Witch, King's brutal instruction. He'd thought they were strong. He'd thought they could hold off almost anything. He was wrong. This was nothing like the legilimency he'd practiced against. This was a hurricane trying to break down a garden fence. This was an ocean trying to overwhelm a sand castle. Sauron's will beat against his defenses with the weight of ages, the power of an immortal being who had spent thousands of years perfecting the art of domination. You cannot resist me, Sauron said, and his voice was inside Harry's head now, echoing through his thoughts like thunder in a canyon. I am older than the sun itself, stronger than the mountains. I was ancient before your ancestors learned to walk upright. You are a child playing with powers you do not understand. Harry felt his shields cracking, felt Sauron's presence seeping through the gaps like water through a breaking dam. Panic surged through him, primal and overwhelming. This was it. This was how he died. Not with a blade or a curse, but with his very self being burned away and replaced by something ancient and terrible. He could feel Sauron's thoughts now, pressing against his own. Could feel the Dark Lord's vast consciousness, old and cold and utterly alien, beginning to pour into him like poison into a well. Then shadow bit him. The warg's teeth sank into Harry's leg, not deep enough to do real damage, but enough to send a spike of pain shooting through his body like lightning. Enough to break his concentration, to shatter the paralysis that Sauron's power had imposed on him, and enough to give Harry a single moment to act. He apparated. The world twisted around him as he threw himself through space, not caring where he went, only caring that it was away. Away from Sauron, away from the Chamber of the Eye, away from the terrible presence that was trying to consume him. He felt Sauron's grip tear at him as he vanished, felt something rip free that might have been part of his soul, and then he was elsewhere, tumbling across cold stone, his leg bleeding where shadow had bitten him, his mind reeling from the closest brush with oblivion he'd ever experienced, the dungeons. He was in the dungeons of Barad-dûr. Harry pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the pain in his leg, ignoring the pounding headache that the apparition had left behind. Shadow was gone, left behind in the chamber above. He had to move, had to get out, had to find Zimrafil and escape before Sauron recovered from his surprise and sealed every exit from the tower. Wizard. The voice came from one of the cells that lined the dungeon corridor. Harry spun, wand raised and ready to curse, and found himself looking at Faramir through a set of iron bars. The captain of Gondor looked worse than when Harry had last seen him. His face was bruised in multiple places, one eye swollen nearly shut. His fine armor had been replaced with prisoner's rags, stained with blood and worse. But his gray eyes were still sharp, still seeing too much, still holding that unsettling perceptiveness that had marked their first meeting. "You're running," Faramir said. It wasn't a question. From him. From Sauron? Harry's mind raced. He should keep moving. Every second he stood here was a second for Sauron to organize pursuit, to seal the exits, to trap him in the tower forever. But something made him pause. Something about the way Faramir was looking at him, with understanding instead of hatred, with curiosity instead of fear. "Yes," Harry said. He tried to take me, possess me, turn me into a vessel for his spirit. Faramir nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he'd already suspected. "So Gandalf was right about you. He said you were a captive, not a servant, that the darkness around you was a cage, not a home, that somewhere beneath all those shadows there was still a person trying to find the light. Gandalf said that about me. Before the battle at Osgiliath, he told me to watch for you, to look for any sign that you might be turned from the shadow. Faramir's gray eyes held Harry's through the bars of his cell. He said if that moment came, I should tell you something important. What? That there is a place for you in the light, if you want it. That Gondor would welcome a wizard who chose to fight against the darkness rather than serve it. That you are not beyond redemption, no matter what you've done or what you've become. Faramir paused. He also said you would need help escaping from this place, and that I might be in a position to provide that help. Harry stared at him through the bars. You're a prisoner. How could you possibly help me? I'm a prisoner, yes, but you're a wizard. Faramir nodded at the cell bars. And that door is just iron. Nothing magical about it. Nothing that your power couldn't overcome. For a moment, Harry hesitated. This was insane. He was in the heart of Barad-dûr, pursued by a Dark Lord, bleeding from his leg. His mind still reeling from Sauron's assault, and he was considering freeing an enemy prisoner. But Faramir had been right about him before, had seen the human beneath the darkness when everyone else saw only a monster. And Gandalf had trusted him enough to send a message, to plan for this very moment. Maybe it was time to start trusting in return. Alohomora, Harry said, pointing his wand at the lock. The cell door swung open with a rusty creak. Faramir stepped out, his movements stiff from confinement, but his bearing still proud. Even in rags, even beaten and bruised, he carried himself like the prince he was. Thank you, he said simply. I knew you would make the right choice. I haven't made any choice yet, Harry said, though even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. The moment he'd apparated away from Sauron, the moment he'd opened this cell, he'd chosen. There was no going back now. We need to move. Can you run? I can do whatever is necessary. Faramir's gray eyes were steady despite everything he'd endured. Led the way. Wizard! I'll keep up. Harry glanced around the dungeon, checking for guards. The alarms were still echoing through the tower. But the dungeon level seemed empty for the moment. Most of the guards would be searching the upper levels, looking for a traitor who had already slipped past them. There might be other prisoners, Faramir said quietly. Other men of Gondor. Rangers who were captured with me. Harry hesitated. Every second they delayed was a second for Sauron to organize pursuit. But he thought of the men rotting in these cells, men who had fought for their homes and their families, who had been captured defending everything they loved. Alohomora, he said, moving down the corridor, pointing his wand at each cell in turn. Alohomora, Alohomora. Doors swung open. Men stumbled out, blinking in confusion, not understanding what was happening. They were in bad shape, all of them, weeks or months of captivity having taken their toll. But they were alive, and now they were free. Captain, one of them gasped, recognizing Faramir. What's happening? How? No time to explain. Faramir said, his voice snapping into command mode. We're leaving. All of us. Follow the wizard and do exactly what he says. The men looked at Harry with a mixture of fear and confusion. They recognized him, of course. Everyone in Gondor had heard of the Black Prince, Sauron's pet wizard, but Faramir had vouched for him, and that seemed to be enough. This way, Harry said, and led them toward the stairs. They ran through the corridors of Barad. Harry leading the way, Faramir close behind despite his weakened condition. The tower was waking around them, alarms spreading from the chamber of the eye like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. Harry could feel Sauron's rage beating against his mind, vast and terrible and hungry for vengeance. "Where are we going?" Faramir asked, his voice tight but controlled. "My quarters. I need to get Zimrifil. She's been preparing for this, gathering supplies and planning escape routes." "The black Númenórean woman?" "The one who was with you at Osgiliath." Faramir kept pace despite his injuries. "You trust her to come with us," she promised. Harry didn't slow down, didn't look back. "She promised she'd stand with me, whatever came. And she's never broken a promise to me." They reached his chambers to find the door hanging open, wood splintered where it had been forced. Inside, Zimrifil stood in the center of the room, her rings blazing with power, surrounded by 3 orc soldiers. 2 more lay dead on the floor, their throats opened by her knife, blood pooling beneath their bodies. "Harry!" She looked up, relief and fear warring in her dark eyes. "The alarms started, and they came for me. I assumed the worst, assumed that Sauron had—" "Stupfi! Stupfi! Stupfe!" Harry dropped all 3 orcs before they could react, red light flashing in the dim room. "We're leaving. Now, Sauron tried to possess me, to take my body for his own. I escaped, but he knows. He knows everything." Zimrifil didn't hesitate, didn't waste time with questions or panic. She grabbed a bag she'd apparently packed in advance, proving once again that she was always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. "I knew this was coming. I have supplies, weapons, a plan for getting out of the tower without using the main gates." Her eyes flicked to Faramir, taking in his battered condition with a single glance. "Why is the prisoner here?" Gandalf sent him a message. "For me. He was right about me, about what I really am under all this darkness." Harry moved to the window, looking out at the fires of Mordor. "One need to get to Azgu. She can fly us out, get us over the mountains before they can organize pursuit. The rookery is 3 levels up. We'll have to fight through whatever guards are between here and there." Zimrifil was already moving toward the door, her knife in one hand, the other hand glowing with the power of her rings. "Can you apparate us there directly?" "Maybe. The tower has wards, but they're designed to keep people out, not in. I might be able to." A new presence slammed into Harry's mind like a hammer, cold and ancient, and filled with fury. The Witch King. Harry felt the Nazgul's power reaching for him, trying to pin him in place, trying to freeze his blood and stop his heart. "He's coming," Harry gasped, forcing the words out past the ice spreading through his veins. "The Witch King. He's close. Very close. Then we move. Now." Zimrifil grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Fight through him if we have to. We don't have another choice." They burst out of the chambers and into the corridor. Orcs were everywhere now, rushing past in organized chaos, responding to alarms that echoed through every level of the tower. Most of them didn't even register Harry and his companions, too focused on their orders to realize that the object of the search was right in front of them. But that wouldn't last. It never did. Harry led them up, taking stairs 3 at a time, his legs screaming in protest where shadow had bitten him. Faramir kept pace despite his weakened condition, drawing on reserves of strength that spoke to the quality of Gondor's soldiers, their ability to endure when lesser men would fall. Zimrafil covered their rear, her knife flashing whenever an orc got too close, each strike precise and lethal. They reached the level of the rookery to find the witch, King waiting for them. He stood in the center of the corridor, a figure of absolute darkness, his hooded form radiating cold so intense that frost was forming on the walls and floor around him. In one gauntleted hand, he held a sword that seemed to drink in what little light existed. In the other, a morgul, blade that glowed with sickly green fire. The same kind of blade that had stolen weapons from Mordor's armories in the Mystery, that now seemed like a lifetime ago. "Traitor?" the Nazgul said, and his voice was the voice Harry remembered from 100 training sessions, cold and terrible and utterly without mercy. "Did you think you could escape the tower? Did you think anyone escapes the Master's will?" "I trained with you for 10 years, Harry said, raising his wand with a hand that was steadier than he felt. "I know your weaknesses. I know your tells. I know exactly how you move and how you fight. You're fast and you're strong, but you're predictable. You always have been." "Arrogant child," the Witch King advanced, his blades raised. "I have killed wizards before. I have broken kings and shattered armies. I was ancient before your world learned to count the years. You are nothing to me. Maybe." Harry apparated, vanishing and reappearing behind the Nazgul in the same heartbeat. "But I'm also the only wizard who's ever drawn blood from Gandalf the White. So let's find out what I can do to you." He attacked without holding back. The fight was brutal and fast and terrifying. Harry apparated constantly, never staying in one place long enough for the Witch King's cold to seize him, never giving the Nazgul a chance to bring his superior strength and reach to bear. He threw spells like rain falling from the sky, stunners and blasters, and cutting curses, forcing the Witch King to defend rather than attack. But the Witch King was ancient and powerful, and he knew Harry's fighting style as well as Harry knew his. Every time Harry appeared, the Nazgul was already moving to counter. His sword swept through spaces Harry had occupied moments before. His morgul blade nearly caught Harry's arm twice, missing by inches that felt like miles. "You cannot win," the Witch King said, and there was something like pity in his terrible voice. "I taught you everything you know about combat. Do you think I didn't prepare for this moment? Do you think I didn't foresee your eventual betrayal?" "Maybe you did." Harry ducked under a swing that would have taken his head off, felt the cold of the blade brush past his face. "But you didn't teach me everything I know. You only taught me how to fight with a sword. The rest I learned on my own." He reached deep inside himself, past the occlumency shields, past the carefully constructed defenses, to something he'd never dared touch before. The Horcrux, Voldemort's soul shard. The piece of darkness that had lived inside him since he was a baby. The fragment of a dark wizard's soul that had clung to Harry since the night his parents died. Harry had spent years ignoring it, suppressing it, pretending it didn't exist. The Horcrux was a corruption, a violation, something that should never have been part of him. But now, with his life on the line, and his friends depending on him, he embraced it. Power flooded through him like fire and ice combined. Dark power. Power that tasted like blood and ashes and the cold of the grave. Power that Voldemort had spent decades accumulating. Power that had been sleeping inside Harry since the night Lily Potter died protecting her son. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse erupted from Harry's wand, not as the familiar bolt of green light, but as a wave of absolute darkness that consumed everything in its path. It slammed into the witch, king with the force of a thunderbolt, sending the Nazgul flying backward into the wall, his robes smoking, his sword clattering to the floor. The witch king didn't die. He couldn't die, not really, not while Sauron still held his ring. But he was hurt, truly hurt, in a way that Harry had never managed to hurt him in all their years of training together.
"Move!"
Harry shouted, grabbing Zimrafil's arm and pulling her past the fallen Nazgul. "Before he recovers!" They ran for the rookery, and this time, nothing stood in their way. Behind them, Harry could hear the witch, king rising, could feel the Nazgul's rage pulsing through the air like heat from a furnace. He wouldn't stay down for long. Nothing truly killed the ring-wraiths except the destruction of their master's ring. But Harry had bought them time, precious seconds that might mean the difference between escape and capture. His head was pounding from the use of the Horcrux's power, his scar burning like someone had pressed a hot iron to his forehead. Using Voldemort's soul shard had been dangerous, possibly foolish. He had no idea what long-term effects it might have, what price he might pay for touching that darkness. But he was alive. They all were. And right now, that was all that mattered. The freed prisoners followed behind them, a ragged group of maybe a dozen men, all of them battered but determined. Faramir had organized them with a few quiet words, giving each man a role, a purpose. It was impressive to watch. The way natural leadership asserted itself, even in the most desperate circumstances. "We can't fit everyone on one fell beast," Zimrafil said as they ran. "We'll need to find another way to get them out." "The gates," Faramir said. "If we can get the gates open, even for a moment, my men can slip out in the confusion. They know how to move quietly, how to evade patrols. Rangers of Ithilien, the best scouts in Gondor." Harry thought quickly. "All right, Zimrafil, can you get them to the gates? Create a distraction. Give them a chance to slip out while everyone's focused on finding us." "I can do that." Her dark eyes met his, and there was something fierce in them, something that refused to be afraid. "But what about you? Faramir and I will get Asgiu and meet you outside the walls. Once the Rangers are clear, we fly west. All of us." "That's a terrible plan," Zimrafil said. "It's the only plan we have." She kissed him, quick and fierce, and then she was gone, leading the Rangers down a side corridor, her rings blazing with power, as she prepared to make the biggest distraction of her life. "She's remarkable," Faramir said quietly. "Yes," Harry agreed. "She is." They ran on toward the rookery. and Harry prayed to whatever gods might be listening that his plan would work. The rookery was chaos when they arrived. Fell beasts screeched and thrashed in their pens, disturbed by the alarms and the psychic echo of the witch king's pain. Handlers ran back and forth in panic, trying to calm the creatures, not yet aware that the traitor they were searching for was right in front of them. Harry spotted Askew immediately. She was in the back corner, the spot reserved for the runts and the damaged, the fell beasts that weren't good enough for the Nazgul to ride. She was pressed against the wall of her pen, wings half spread, making a sound that was almost like whimpering.
Askew!
Harry called in Parseltongue.
Come! We're leaving!
Now. Her head snapped up, her beady eyes finding him across the rookery. Recognition flared, and she launched herself into the air without hesitation, smashing through the wooden roof of her pen and sending handlers scattering in all directions. Is that thing supposed to carry all three of us? Faramir asked, eyeing the approaching fell beast with understandable concern. She's stronger than she looks. Trust me. Harry grabbed Zimrafil's hand. We need to go. Now, before more guards arrive. Askew landed beside them, her crooked beak snapping at a handler who got too close. Harry helped Faramir onto her back first, then Zimrafil, then pulled himself up behind them, gripping the spike of bone that served as a natural saddle. Fly, he commanded in Parseltongue. Fly west, as fast as you can. Don't stop for anything. Askew screamed and launched herself through the rookery's open roof, her malformed wings beating hard against the smoky air. The ground fell away beneath them, barrade, shrinking as they climbed, the fires of Mordor spreading out below like a map of hell itself. And then Harry felt it. The eye. Sauron's attention, focused on him with terrible intensity. The Dark Lord's rage washed over him like a wave of fire, and Harry heard his voice in his mind, echoing with fury and something that might have been betrayal. Waiu, while not is capi me, av carpivar yo geo, I tavayar yo do I yl fi do you. I war il drayu bis kuri to my tar edi il tekodu atis me. Harry gripped Zega's saddle and forced himself to respond, to push back against that overwhelming presence with everything he had. I'm not yours, he said. I was never yours. I was just a scared kid who didn't know any better, who was desperate for someone to care about him. But I know now. I know what you really are, what you really wanted from me. And I'm done being your weapon. I'm done being your vessel. I'm done being anything to you. Why you can move out to 5 henjai? Ya you are an out. Why do me? Why o era gestia lost cal did I ain a war all day esnit woo you, maybe. But at least I'll be my own lost child. At least I'll be free. He slammed his occlumency shields closed, cutting off Sauron's voice mid-threat. The Dark Lord's rage beat against his defenses like a storm against a fortress. But for now, at least, the walls held. Where do we go? Zimrafil shouted over the wind.
Gondor.
They'll kill us on sight. No, Faramir called back. Not if I'm with you. I can vouch for you, get you an audience with Gandalf. He'll listen. He always does. And you think your people will accept that? A wizard who's spent 10 years serving the enemy? I don't know, Faramir admitted. But I know this. Gandalf believes in second chances. And if anyone can convince the free peoples to trust you, it's him." Harry looked back at Barad-dûr, shrinking in the distance but still visible, the eye burning like a malevolent star. 10 years of his life were back there. Everything he'd known, everything he'd built, everyone except the 2 people flying with him now. And Shadow. Shadow was still back there. "I have to go back," he said suddenly. "Shadow saved my life. I can't leave him." "Harry, no." Zimraffel's hand found his in the darkness. The warg knew what he was doing. "He gave you a chance to escape. Don't waste it by throwing your life away." "She's right," Faramir said. "Going back now would be suicide. The tower will be sealed, the guard tripled. You'd be throwing away everything your friend sacrificed for." Harry's jaw tightened. He knew they were right, but the thought of Shadow in Sauron's hands, being punished for helping him escape. "When this is over," he said quietly, "when Sauron is defeated, I'm going back for him. I swear it." "When Sauron is defeated," Zimrafel agreed. "We'll both go." Asga flew on, carrying them west toward the mountains of shadow that marked the border of Mordor. Behind them, the eye burned with impotent rage. Ahead, an uncertain future waited. But for the first time in 10 years, Harry Potter was free. Free to choose his own path. Free to make his own mistakes. Free to be his own person. Whoever that turned out to be. The boy who fell was finally coming home. Archer. They crossed the mountains of shadow just as dawn was breaking, the first true sunrise Harry had seen in a decade. The light was almost painful, after so long in Mordor's perpetual twilight, forcing him to squint and shield his eyes with one hand. But it was also beautiful in a way that made his chest ache with feelings he couldn't name. The land beyond the mountains was green, actually green, with grass and trees and rivers that sparkled in the morning light like ribbons of silver. Harry had forgotten that places like this existed, had almost convinced himself that the whole world was fire and ash and endless darkness. "Ithilien," Faramir said, his voice soft with emotion that 10 years in Mordor had taught Harry to recognize as love. "My land. My home. I was born here, you know, in a little house by the river, before my mother died and my father brought us to Minas Tirith." "It's beautiful," Harry said, and meant it with every fiber of his being. It was more beautiful once, before the shadow spread and the orcs started raiding across the river. But yes, even now, even with Mordor breathing down our necks, it's beautiful. Faramir pointed toward a distant city, white walls gleaming on a mountainside like a crown of snow. "Minas Tirith. The White City. That's where we need to go. Will they accept us?" Zimrafel asked. Her voice was uncertain in a way Harry had never heard before, vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed herself to be. "I'm Black Númenórean. My people have been enemies of Gondor for thousands of years. They'll see my face and assume the worst." "I don't know," Faramir admitted honestly. "The people of Gondor have long memories, and not all of those memories are kind. But we have to try. The war is coming to a head. Sauron is gathering all his forces for a final assault on Minas Tirith. If we're going to make a difference, if we're going to stop him, we need to be part of that fight." Harry thought about everything that had happened in the last few hours. About Sauron's revelation, the possession attempt, the desperate flight from Barad-dûr. About Shadow, left behind in the chamber of the Eye. About the Horcrux inside him, the dark power he'd used to wound the Witch King. He thought about the choice he'd made. The choice to run instead of submit. The choice to fight for himself instead of becoming someone else's weapon. It had cost him everything. His home, such as it was, his position, his safety. Even Shadow, his oldest friend in this world. The one who had been with him since he was a scared child, stumbling through the Black Gate. But it had also given him something he'd never truly had before. Freedom. Real freedom. Not the illusion of it that Sauron had offered. The freedom to choose his own path, to make his own mistakes, to be his own person. "Whatever happens," Harry said, looking at Zimrafil and Faramir, "thank you, both of you. I couldn't have done this alone." "You're not alone anymore," Zimrafil said, her hand finding his. "That's the whole point of this. That's why we're running together, instead of dying separately." Faramir nodded his agreement. "Whatever comes, we face it together. That's how we beat the darkness. Not alone, locked away in our own fear and doubt, but united. Standing shoulder to shoulder against the shadow." Asgu banked toward the white city, her misshapen wings catching the morning light. Behind them, the mountains of shadow loomed dark and terrible. Mordor hidden beyond, Sauron's rage still beating at the edges of Harry's mind like a distant storm. But ahead, for the first time in 10 years, there was light. Harry Potter, the boy who fell through the veil, was going home. Not to the world he'd left behind. That door was closed forever, sealed by magic and circumstance and 10 years of change. He wasn't the same person who had stumbled through the Department of Mysteries all those years ago. That child was gone. Replaced by something harder, something darker, something that had survived when survival should have been impossible. But maybe that was all right. Maybe he didn't need to go back to who he was. Maybe he could become something new instead. Something better. A person who had known darkness but chosen light. A weapon that had turned against its maker. A boy who had been raised by monsters but refused to become one himself. The war was coming. The final battle between light and darkness, between Sauron and everything that opposed him. Harry didn't know if they could win. Didn't know if he could convince Gandalf and the Free Peoples to trust him. Didn't know if redemption was even possible after everything he'd done. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was going to try, for Shadow waiting for him back in Mordor. For Zimrafil, who had given up everything to stand by his side. For Faramir, who had seen the light in him when everyone else saw only darkness. For all the people he'd hurt over the years, serving a master who had never truly cared about him. And for himself. For the scared child who had fallen through a hole in reality and found himself in hell. For the boy who had done terrible things to survive, who had compromised and adapted and changed until he barely recognized himself. That boy deserved a chance at redemption. That boy deserved to know that there was still something worth fighting for. Harry looked at the white city, growing larger on the horizon, its towers gleaming in the morning sun, and he felt something stir in his chest. something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of a child wishing for rescue. Not the cynical, calculating hope of a survivor planning their next move. But real hope. The hope that comes from knowing you've made the right choice, even when that choice costs you everything. The hope that comes from freedom. Zimrafil squeezed his hand, and Harry squeezed back. Whatever came next, whatever trials and tribulations awaited them in Gondor, they would face them together. The Black Prince of Mordor was dead. In his place, something new was being born. Something that had chosen light over darkness, freedom over servitude, hope over despair. Harry Potter, the boy who fell, was finally rising, and Middle-earth would never be the same. Behind them, far beyond the mountains now, a warg named Shadow sat in the Chamber of the Eye, waiting. He had done what he could. He had given his friend a chance. And though he didn't know if he would ever see Harry again, he knew one thing with certainty. It had been worth it. Every moment of friendship, every hunt together in the ash-covered wastes. Every night spent curled at Harry's feet, while the boy who had fallen between worlds slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares that Shadow couldn't chase away. All of it had been worth it, for this moment, for the knowledge that somewhere out there, beyond the mountains and the darkness, Harry Potter was finally free. The Dark Lord's rage echoed through the tower, shaking the very stones. But Shadow did not flinch. He had made his choice, just as Harry had made his. And now they would both live with the consequences. The army of Mordor stretched to the horizon, a sea of darkness that seemed to swallow the light itself. Harry stood on the walls of Minas Tirith and watched death approach. Thousands upon thousands of orcs, rank after rank of twisted bodies and crude weapons, marching in lockstep toward the White City like a tide of shadow rolling in from the east. Siege towers creaked forward on massive wheels, each one tall enough to rival the city walls. Catapults hurled flaming missiles that traced arcs of fire across the gray sky before crashing into stone and wood and flesh. And above it all, circling like vultures over a dying animal, the Nazgul rode their fell beasts, their screams echoing off the mountains and making strong men weep with terror. He knew that army. He had helped train it, had commanded parts of it at Osgiliath, had spent 10 years learning its strengths and weaknesses. He recognized the banners of units he'd worked with, the formations he'd studied under the Witch, King's brutal instruction. Somewhere in that endless sea of darkness, his former master waited, nursing the wound Harry had given him in Barad, Durin hungering for revenge. And beyond the army, beyond the horizon, Harry could feel the Eye watching. Sauron's attention was like a weight pressing down on his mind, a constant reminder that the Dark Lord had not forgotten his betrayal, had not forgiven it. Having second thoughts, Harry turned to find Gandalf standing beside him, the white wizard's robes almost glowing in the dim light filtering through the smoke-filled sky. It had been 3 days since Harry's arrival in Minas Tirith. 3 days of suspicious looks and whispered accusations and constant guards, watching his every move. The people of Gondor had heard stories of the Black Prince for years, had learned to fear him as they feared the Nazgul themselves. They did not trust him, and Harry couldn't blame them for that. But Gandalf had vouched for him, had convinced the steward Denethor, Grief, mad though he was, to accept Harry's help in the coming battle. And Faramir had added his voice, speaking of the wizard who had freed him from the dungeons of Barad, Dur, who had fought the witch, king himself to buy them time to escape. Now here Harry was, standing on the walls of a city he'd once planned to destroy, preparing to fight against everything he'd once believed in. "No," Harry said in answer to Gandalf's question. "Just remembering, I spent 10 years on the other side of that army. 10 years learning how to command it, how to use it, how to make it more effective. It's strange, seeing it from here. Like looking in a mirror and seeing someone else's face." "I imagine it is." Gandalf's ancient eyes studied him with that unsettling perception that seemed to see straight through flesh and bone to the soul beneath. "Do you regret your choice? Leaving Mordor, coming here?" "No, but I regret that it took me so long to make it." Harry watched another volley of flaming projectiles arc toward the city, watched the soldiers scramble to put out the fires they started, watched a young boy, barely older than Harry had been when he fell through the veil, carrying water buckets twice his size. How many people died because I served Sauron? How many battles did I help win for the wrong side? How many innocents suffered because I was too afraid, too weak, too blind to see what I was really doing? Those questions will haunt you for the rest of your life. Gandalf said, not unkindly. That is the burden you bear, the price of the choices you made. But dwelling on them now serves no purpose. What matters is what you do next. What matters is the choice you make today, and tomorrow, and every day after that. And what choice is that? The same choice we all face. Gandalf turned to look out at the approaching army, his expression grave. To stand against the darkness, even when standing seems hopeless. To fight, even when fighting seems futile. To believe that light can triumph over shadow, even when the shadow seems endless. Harry thought about that. Thought about everything he'd been through, everything he'd lost, everything he'd become. Do you believe that? Truly? That we can win this? I believe that we must try. And I believe that hope is never truly lost. Not while there are people willing to fight for it. Gandalf smiled slightly, the expression transforming his ancient face. You are proof of that, Harry Potter. You were raised in darkness, trained to serve evil, surrounded by monsters for 10 years of your life. And yet here you stand, ready to fight against everything you once believed in. If that is not hope, if that is not proof that the light can reach even the darkest places, then I do not know what is. Before Harry could respond, a horn sounded from below, its clear note cutting through the chaos of preparation. The gates of Minas Tirith were opening, and a column of soldiers was marching out to meet the enemy. It begins, Gandalf said, his voice suddenly heavy with the weight of ages. The Battle of Pelennor Fields. The last great battle of this age. One way or another. He turned to Harry. Are you ready? Harry drew his wand, felt the familiar weight of it in his hand, felt the connection between himself and the phoenix feather at its core. Somewhere out there, beyond the walls, Zimrafil was leading a contingent of black Númenórean defectors who had followed her from Mordor. Men and women who had chosen freedom over slavery. Faramir was commanding the Rangers, the men Harry had freed from the dungeons of Barad-dûr. Even Asgu was circling overhead, her crooked silhouette visible against the smoke-filled sky, ready to dive into battle at Harry's command. He wasn't alone anymore. He had allies, friends, people who believed in him despite everything he'd done, people who were willing to fight beside him, to die beside him if necessary. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm ready." He turned from the wall and made his way down through the levels of the city, Gandalf at his side. The streets were chaos, soldiers rushing to their positions, civilians hurrying to the deeper shelters, children crying for parents who might never return. Harry had seen war before, had been on the other side of it, but he'd never truly understood what it meant for the people caught in the middle. He understood now. At the main gate, he found Zimrafil waiting for him, her dark leathers strapped tight, her knives gleaming at her hips. She looked tired. The weight of everything they'd been through, showing in the shadows under her eyes, but her spine was straight and her gaze was steady. "Ready?" she asked. "As I'll ever be." Harry reached out and took her hand, squeezed it once. "Stay close to me out there, and if things go badly, they won't." "If they do," Harry pressed on, "I want you to run. Don't try to save me, don't try to be a hero. Just run." Zimrafil's dark eyes met his, and there was steel in them. "I didn't follow you out of Mordor, across the mountains, through enemy territory, just to abandon you at the first sign of trouble. We stand together. We fight together. And if we die together." She squeezed his hand back. "That's how this works now." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to protect her from what was coming. But he knew better. Zimrafil wasn't the kind of woman who could be protected. She was the kind who did the protecting. "Together, then," he said. The gates opened, and the army of Gondor marched out to meet its fate. Harry marched with them, one wizard among thousands of soldiers, his wand gripped tight in his hand. The morning air was thick with smoke and the smell of burning. The sky turned orange by the fires that consumed the lower levels of the city. Ahead, the army of Mordor waited, a black tide stretching as far as the eye could see. He could pick out individual units, individual formations. That banner belonged to the garrison of Minas Morgul. Those siege engines had been built in the forges beneath Barad-dûr. Those Uruk high were from the breeding pits he'd helped establish 3 years ago. His army, his people, or they had been once. Now they were the enemy. Now he was going to fight them, kill them, do everything in his power to destroy what he'd spent 10 years helping to build. The guilt was a physical thing, a weight in his chest that made it hard to breathe. But he pushed it down, locked it away in the same place he kept all the other impossible emotions. There would be time for guilt later. There would be time for regret and self-recrimination and all the other things he didn't have the luxury of feeling right now. Right now, there was only the battle. Right now, there was only survival. The two armies met with a crash that shook the earth. And, In that moment, Harry Potter stopped thinking about the past, stopped worrying about the future. There was only the present, only the battle, only the desperate, violent work of staying alive and keeping the people around him alive. He threw himself into the fighting with everything he had, and he didn't look back. The battle was chaos incarnate. Harry apparated across the battlefield like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without warning, his wand spitting spells with every breath. Stunners dropped orcs in their tracks, red light flashing in the smoke and dust. Blasting curses tore holes in enemy formations, sending bodies flying. Cutting hexes sliced through armor and flesh alike, leaving trails of blood in their wake. He fought without mercy, without hesitation, using every trick he'd learned in 10 years of training under the Dark Lord's servants. The soldiers of Gondor fought around him, their initial fear of the Black Prince slowly giving way to something like respect, maybe even awe, as they watched him tear through the enemy ranks. He was fighting for them now, using the skills Mordor had given him against the army Mordor had sent. There was a certain poetry to it. Harry thought as he ducked under an orca's blade and responded with a reducto that turned the creature into a red smear on the ground. A certain dark justice. "Harry!" Zimrafil's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. She was fighting nearby, her knives flashing silver in the dim light, her remaining rings blazing with power. Blood splattered her face, none of it her own. "The siege towers! They're almost at the walls!" Harry looked up and saw she was right. 3 massive siege towers were rolling toward Minas Tirith, each one filled with hundreds of orcs waiting to pour onto the walls. If they reached the city, if they managed to deploy their bridges, the defenses would be overwhelmed within the hour.
Cover me!
Harry shouted, and apparated before she could respond. He appeared at the base of the nearest tower, surrounded by orcs who hadn't expected an enemy to materialize in their midst. Their yellow eyes went wide with surprise, their weapons starting to rise, but Harry didn't give them time to react.
Incendio Maxima!
Fire erupted from his wand. Not the controlled flame of a normal spell, but a torrent of magical fire that consumed everything it touched. The siege tower caught like dry kindling, flames racing up its wooden frame, orcs screaming as they burned and fell and died. Harry apparated to the second tower before the first had fully collapsed.
Incendio Maxima!
More fire, more screaming, more death. The third tower.
Incendio Maxima!
3 pillars of flame lit up the battlefield. 3 monuments to the destruction Harry was capable of when he stopped holding back. He watched them burn for just a moment, feeling the heat on his face, smelling the smoke and charred flesh. Then he apparated back to the main line, his head pounding from the rapid fire spell work, his magical reserves noticeably depleted. "Impressive," said a voice like ice and shadow, cutting through the noise of battle. Harry spun, wand raised, and found the witch, king descending toward him, his fell beast's vast wings blocking out what little light remained in the sky. The Lord of the Nazgul had recovered from their last encounter in Barad. His dark robes restored, his blades gleaming with malevolent light that promised pain beyond imagining. "Traitor," the witch, king said, dismounting from his creature with preternatural grace. Did you think you could escape judgment? Did you think the Master would forget your betrayal? Did you think you could stand against us and survive? I was hoping. Harry admitted, settling into a fighting stance. But I figured you'd show up eventually. You always did have trouble letting go of grudges. You wounded me in Barad-dûr, a feat no mortal has accomplished in 1,000 years. The witch king drew his sword, the blade seeming to drink in light. I will enjoy returning the favor. I will enjoy making you scream. You can try. They fought. It was different from their clash in Barad-dûr. This time, Harry wasn't fighting to escape. He was fighting to win. He used every spell he knew, every trick he'd learned, every dirty tactic the witch king himself had taught him over the years. The Nazgul was faster, stronger, more experienced. His blades traced patterns in the air that Harry could barely follow, and his cold was a weapon in itself, slowing Harry's movements, numbing his fingers, making every spell harder to cast. But Harry had something the witch king didn't. He had hope. He had something worth fighting for, worth dying for. And that made all the difference in the world. You cannot win, the witch king said, pressing his advantage, driving Harry back step by step. No man can kill me. It was foretold at my birth into undeath, a prophecy spoken by powers beyond your comprehension. Good thing I'm not just a man. Then, Harry reached for the Horcrux again, felt that dark power surge through him like fire and ice combined. I'm also carrying a piece of another Dark Lord. Let's see how your prophecy handles that. He attacked with everything he had, pouring both his own magic and Voldemort's corrupted power into a single devastating assault. The witch king's defenses crumbled under the onslaught. His sword shattered. His Morgul blade flew from his grip. And then a sword came from nowhere, driving through the witch king's back and out through his chest. Harry blinked in surprise. Behind the Nazgul stood a figure in armor, helm removed to reveal long blonde hair and fierce blue eyes that burned with triumph and grief in equal measure. A woman, a shield maiden of Rohan, judging by her armor and her bearing. I am no man, she said, her voice ringing across the battlefield. The witch king screamed, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself, echoing across the Pelennor fields and making every living thing within earshot flinch. His form collapsed inward, robes crumpling, crown falling to the blood-soaked ground. And then he was gone, nothing left but empty clothes and the echo of his dying shriek. The Lord of the Nazgul, the greatest of Sauron's servants, was dead. Harry felt something shift inside him at that realization. For 10 years, the witch king had been a constant presence in his life, his trainer, his tormentor, the one who had taught him to fight, to survive, to kill, the one who had beaten him down and forced him to get back up again and again until the weakness was burned away. Now he was gone. Now Harry was free of him, truly free, in a way he hadn't been since he was 7 years old. Thanks. Harry gasped, his legs threatening to give out beneath him. The use of the Horcrux's power had taken more out of him than he'd expected. His head was pounding, his scar burning, his whole body trembling with exhaustion. I had him on the ropes, but You weakened him. The woman said, her voice tired but proud. I merely finished what you started. She extended a hand to steady him. I am Eowyn, niece of King Theoden. And you must be the Black Prince everyone's been whispering about. Harry, just Harry. He took her hand, let her help him find his balance. The Black Prince is dead. I killed him when I left Mordor. Eowyn smiled, a fierce expression that promised more battles to come. Then welcome to the right side of this war, just Harry. Now come. The battle isn't over yet. The tide of battle turned when the Rohirrim arrived. 6,000 horsemen came thundering across the Pelennor fields, their charge shaking the very earth beneath Harry's feet. King Theoden led them, his voice raised in a battle cry that seemed to come from another age, when men were braver and the world was younger, and heroes still walked among mortals. Harry watched from near the walls as the cavalry smashed into the orc flanks like a hammer striking glass, as the enemy formations dissolved into chaos, as hope returned to the faces of the defenders who had been fighting since dawn. The Rohirrim cut through the Mordor army like a blade through flesh, and for a moment it seemed like victory might actually be possible. Then the Mumakil arrived. Massive war elephants, larger than anything Harry had ever seen, came crashing onto the battlefield from the south. Each one carried a tower full of Haradrim archers on its back, and their tusks swept aside horses and men like toys in the hands of a careless child. The Rohirrim charge faltered, broke, scattered before these walking mountains of flesh and fury. Harry saw King Theoden fall, his horse crushed beneath a Mumakil's foot, saw Eowyn rush to his side, saw her scream in grief and rage. I need to get down there, Harry said to no one in particular. That would be suicide, Gandalf said, appearing beside him as if by magic. Those creatures are big, I know. I've seen them before. Harry was already calculating angles, already planning his approach. But I've also ridden a fell beast for years. I know how to deal with large creatures. Their size is a weakness as much as a strength. He whistled, the high, pitch sound cutting through the battle's chaos, and Asgu came diving out of the sky like a misshapen bolt of lightning. Harry leaped from the wall, caught her saddle, spike in mid-air, and pulled himself onto her back with practiced ease. The Mumakil, he commanded in Parseltongue. We need to take them down. Asgu screamed her hunting cry and dove toward the nearest war elephant, her malformed wings folding tight against her body. Harry raised his wand, aiming for the creature's massive eyes. Conjunctivitis? The spell struck true, and the Mumakil trumpeted in agony, suddenly blind, suddenly terrified. It turned in a circle, crushing orcs and Haradrim alike beneath its massive feet, then charged off the battlefield in a panic, trampling everything in its path. One down, a dozen more to go. Harry and Asgu swooped from elephant to elephant, blinding each one in turn. It wasn't elegant, wasn't heroic in the way the songs would later describe it. It was brutal. Efficient work, the kind of thing he'd learned in Mordor. Find a weakness. Exploit it. Move on to the next target. The Mumakil stampeded in all directions, spreading chaos through the Mordor ranks. They crushed orcs beneath their massive feet, knocked down siege engines, trampled their own Haradrim handlers in blind panic. The battle lines dissolved into chaos, organized formations becoming a screaming mass of confusion. Asgu was tiring beneath him, her wing beats growing labored, her movements becoming sluggish. She'd been flying and fighting for hours, carrying Harry across the battlefield, dodging arrows and spears, and the occasional Nazgul attack. She was running on pure determination now, pushing herself beyond her limits because Harry needed her. One more, Harry told her in parcel tongue, patting her neck. Just one more, and then we can rest. Asgu screamed her defiance and dove toward the last Mumakil, the largest of them all, a massive bull elephant that was single-handedly holding back a Rohirrim charge. Harry raised his wand, aiming for its eyes. Conjunctivitis! The spell struck home, and the bull trumpeted in agony, its massive head swinging wildly. It turned in a circle, crushing friends and enemies alike, then charged straight toward the orc lines, scattering thousands of soldiers in its wake. The Rohirrim rallied instantly, seizing the opportunity. Their horns rang out across the battlefield, and the surviving cavalry reformed their lines, preparing for one final charge. The defenders of Minas Tirith surged forward from the walls, fresh troops pouring out of the gates to reinforce the battered front lines. And slowly, impossibly, the army of Mordor began to fall back. Then Harry felt it, a pulse of darkness from the east, vast and terrible, like nothing he had ever felt before. A scream that echoed not in his ears, but in his very soul, tearing through his occlumency shields like they weren't even there. The eye, blazing brighter than he'd ever felt it, focused not on the battlefield but on something else, something far away. Mount Doom. Something was happening at Mount Doom, and then silence. The weight that had pressed down on Harry's mind for 10 years, the constant awareness of Sauron's presence, the ever-present eye watching from Barad, Dur waiting, judging, planning, it was gone, simply gone, like a candle blown out by a sudden wind. Harry looked toward Mordor and saw the sky splitting open like a wound, saw Barad Dur crumbling, the dark tower falling in on itself, thousands of years of evil collapsing into ruin, saw Mount Doom erupting, fire and smoke pouring into the sky in a pillar that seemed to reach the heavens themselves. The ring. Someone had destroyed the ring. Sauron was dead. The effect on the battlefield was immediate and devastating. The orcs, bound to Sauron's will, lost all coordination in an instant. Some fled, dropping their weapons and running blindly toward the mountains. Others simply stood still, confused and directionless, without their master's guiding presence. The remaining Nazgul fell from the sky, their connection to their master severed forever, their undead forms dissolving into nothing. Harry landed Asgu on the battlefield and simply sat there for a long moment, staring at the destruction in the east, trying to process what had happened. 10 years of his life spent serving a monster who was now nothing but ash on the wind. 10 years of fear and pain and survival ended in an instant by someone he'd never even met. Harry. Zimrafil found him there, her face streaked with blood and tears, her knives still in her hands. Harry, is it over? Is he really gone? Has gone, Harry said, his voice distant, strange even to his own ears. The ring was destroyed. Sauron is dead. Then, we won. We won. Zimrafil threw her arms around him, and Harry held her tight, and around them the soldiers of Gondor and Rohan began to cheer, their voices rising to the sky in a sound of pure, overwhelming joy. Harry held her for a long time, feeling her heart beat against his chest, feeling the tension slowly drain from her body. Around them, the battlefield was transforming. The survivors of Mordor's army were surrendering in droves, throwing down their weapons, offering no resistance. The orcs who hadn't fled were being rounded up, confused and leaderless, without Sauron's will to guide them. "Thought I'd lost you," Zimrafil whispered against his shoulder. "When you went after those siege towers, when you faced the witch king alone, I thought—" "I know. I'm sorry." Harry stroked her hair, matted with blood and sweat and the grime of battle. "I'm sorry for everything I put you through, everything I've put you through since we met. Don't apologize. You gave me something I never thought I'd have." She pulled back to look at him, her dark eyes bright with unshed tears. "You gave me a reason to be something more than what Mordor made me. You gave me a chance to choose who I wanted to be." "Who gave each other that?" Harry said. "We saved each other." Faramir found them there, still holding each other, amid the chaos of victory. The captain of Gondor was bloodied and battered, his armor dented in a dozen places, but he was alive. He was smiling. "You did it," Faramir said. "I watched you take down those siege towers, watched you face the Witch King. You saved the city, Harry." "We all saved the city," Harry said. "I just did what I could. What you could was more than anyone expected, more than most thought possible." Faramir clasped Harry's shoulder. "Whatever happens next, whatever the lords decide about your fate, know this: you have the gratitude of every soldier who fought here today. You have the gratitude of Gondor." Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd spent so long being feared, being hated, being the monster in other people's stories. To be thanked, to be seen as a hero, even for a moment. It was strange, uncomfortable. But also, somewhere deep inside, it felt right. "Come," Gandalf said, appearing beside them. "The battle is won, but there is much work to be done. The wounded need tending, the dead need honoring, and we must prepare for what comes next." "What does come next?" Harry asked. "Peace," Gandalf said, and the words sounded almost foreign after so long. Peace, and the long work of rebuilding, everything the shadow destroyed. It will not be easy. It will take years, perhaps generations, but it can be done. He smiled, the expression transforming his ancient face. It can be done, now that the darkness has passed. 1 month later, Harry stood at the edge of a green field in Ithilien, watching the sun set over a world at peace. It was strange, this peace. After so many years of war and darkness and constant vigilance, the silence felt almost unnatural. There were no alarms in the night, no screams of Nazgul overhead, no ever-present weight of Sauron's attention pressing down on his mind. Just birdsong and wind in the trees, and the distant sound of a river flowing toward the sea. Harry had spent the first few days after the battle waiting for it to be taken away, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for some new threat to emerge, for the momentary peace to shatter into violence. But nothing had come. The days had turned to weeks, and the weeks had turned to a month, and somehow, impossibly, the world remained at peace. So much had changed since the battle. Aragorn, the true king of Gondor, heir of Isildur and Elendil, had been crowned in a ceremony that drew people from across Middle-earth. Harry had watched from the crowd, anonymous in his plain clothes, as the man he had once been sent to fight against took up the crown that was rightfully his. It had been a beautiful moment, full of hope and promise and the possibility of a better world. And Harry had been pardoned. It hadn't been easy. The debate had raged for days in the throne room of Minas Tirith. Lords and captains arguing about what should be done with the Black Prince, the traitor who had served Sauron for a decade. Some had demanded execution. Lord Forlong of Lossarnac had stood before the assembled court and listed every battle Harry had fought for Mordor, every Gondorian soldier who had died because of his tactics and his magic. He'd called Harry a monster, a demon in human skin, a creature that should be put down like a rabid dog before it could cause more harm. Others had argued for imprisonment. Lock him away in the deepest dungeon, they said, where he could never threaten anyone again. Let him rot in darkness for the rest of his days, a living reminder of the price of treachery. Harry had stood through it all. Chains on his wrists, guards at his back, listening as men who had never met him decided his fate. He hadn't argued, hadn't defended himself. He knew that everything they said was true, that he had done terrible things, that he deserved whatever punishment they chose to give him. But then Gandalf had spoken. The White Wizard had risen from his seat, and the room had fallen silent. When Gandalf spoke, people listened. This boy, Gandalf had said, was 7 years old when he fell into Mordor. 7 years old, alone and afraid, with no one to protect him and nowhere to run. Sauron did not give him a choice. Sauron gave him a cage with comfortable bars and called it a gift. He'd walked through the crowd, his staff tapping on the floor, his ancient eyes sweeping across every face. Yes, he fought for the enemy. Yes, he did terrible things. But when the moment came, when Sauron revealed his true intentions, this boy chose to run. He chose to fight against everything he'd been taught. He chose to risk his life for strangers who hated him, for a world that wanted him dead. Gandalf had stopped in front of Harry, looking at him with those eyes that saw everything. That is not the act of a monster. That is the act of someone searching for redemption. Faramir had spoken next, telling the story of Barad-dûr, of the wizard who had opened his cell door, who had freed a dozen rangers from certain death, of the battle against the Witch King, how Harry had weakened the Nazgul Lord enough to be slain. Eowyn had added her voice, describing the moment she and Harry had stood together against the Witch King, how he had fought without holding back, had nearly died weakening the creature so that she could deliver the killing blow. And finally, King Aragorn himself had spoken. I too have walked in darkness, the king had said, his voice carrying the weight of years spent in exile, years spent fighting in the shadows. I too have done things I am not proud of, in the name of survival. But we are not defined by our worst moments. We are defined by our choices, by the direction we choose to walk. He'd looked at Harry with gray eyes that held no judgment, only understanding. This man chose to walk toward the light. That choice should be honored. The vote had been close, but in the end, mercy had won out over vengeance, and Harry had been pardoned. Free to live in Middle-earth, free to build a new life, free to become something more than what Mordor had made him. "You're brooding again." Harry turned to find Zimrafal walking toward him across the grass, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, catching the golden light of sunset. She looked different now, softer somehow, as if a weight had been lifted from her. The rings were gone from her fingers, the blood magic abandoned. She'd said she was done with darkness, done with the tools that had bound her to Mordor. "I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating." "That's just a fancy word for brooding." She stopped beside him, slipping her hand into his. "What are you contemplating?" "Everything." "Nothing. The fact that we actually survived. The fact that I have no idea what to do now." "What do you mean?" "For 10 years, my whole life was about serving Sauron, training, fighting, surviving. And before that, my whole life was about surviving the Dursleys." Harry looked out at the sunset, at the colors painting the sky. "I've never had a chance to just live, to figure out who I am when I'm not fighting something or running from something or serving something." "Then maybe it's time you found out." Zimrafal leaned her head against his shoulder. "We have time now. All the time in the world. You don't have to have all the answers today." "What about you? What are you going to do?" "Stay with you, if you'll have me." She said it simply, without drama or manipulation, just a statement of fact. "Everything else we can figure out together." Harry smiled, the expression still strange on his face after so many years of keeping it hidden. "I'd like that. I'd like that a lot." They stood there in comfortable silence, watching the sun disappear below the horizon, watching the stars come out one by one. Somewhere nearby, Askew was hunting, her crooked silhouette occasionally visible against the darkening sky. Somewhere in the distance, Faramir was rebuilding Osgiliath, the city Harry had helped destroy, now being raised from the ruins under his careful guidance. And somewhere, a warg named Shadow was running free. Harry had gone back for him, as he'd promised, 2 weeks after the battle. When his wounds had healed enough to travel, he'd saddled Askew and flown east, alone despite Zimrafal's protests. The journey into the ruins of Mordor had been dangerous, the land itself dying without Sauron's power to sustain it. The black gates had fallen, twisted metal scattered across the plain. The mountains of Shadow were crumbling, rocks sliding down slopes that had stood for millennia. The very air seemed thinner, cleaner, as if the darkness that had choked the land was slowly dissipating. Barad-dûr was gone. The great tower had collapsed into a mountain of rubble, thousands of years of evil reduced to broken stone and twisted metal. Harry had landed Askew at the edge of the ruins and walked the rest of the way on foot, climbing over debris, searching through the wreckage for any sign of his friend. He'd found Shadow in what had once been the lower halls, trapped beneath a fallen beam but alive. The warg had been thin, so thin Harry could count his ribs, his silver, gray fur matted with dust and blood. But his eyes were bright, and his tail had started wagging the moment he caught Harry's scent. Harry had used every spell he knew to lift that beam, had torn his hands bloody pulling Shadow free. And when the warg had finally crawled out into the light, he'd knocked Harry flat on his back and licked his face until Harry was laughing and crying at the same time. "I'm sorry," Harry had whispered into Shadow's fur. "I'm so sorry I left you. I'm so sorry I couldn't come back sooner." Shadow had just licked his face again, as if to say that none of it mattered. They were together again. That was all that counted. Now Shadow lived with them in Ithilien, hunting in the forests, sleeping by Harry's fire every night. He was filling out again, his coat glossy and thick, his eyes bright with health and happiness. Sometimes, late at night, Harry would wake to find Shadow pressed against his side, guarding him even in sleep, and he would remember that some bonds were stronger than darkness, stronger even than death. "Harry," Zimrafil's voice was soft.
Yes.
"Were you happy?" Harry thought about the question, really thought about it. For the first time in his life, he thought about the scared boy who had fallen through the veil, alone and terrified in a world of darkness. He thought about the young man who had served a monster, who had done terrible things in the name of survival. He thought about the choice he had made in Barad, the choice to run, to fight, to be something more than Sauron's weapon. He thought about Zimrafil beside him, her hand warm in his. He thought about Shadow, loyal and true. He thought about Faramir and Gandalf, and all the people who had given him a second chance when he didn't deserve one. "Yes," he said finally. "I think I am. It wasn't a perfect happiness. There were still nightmares, still guilt, still moments when he woke up reaching for his wand and expecting enemies at the door. There were still people who feared him, still scars that would never heal, still memories of things he wished he could forget. But it was happiness nonetheless, real, earned, hard-won happiness. The kind that came from surviving the worst and finding something worth living for on the other side. Harry Potter had fallen between worlds. He had been raised by evil, trained by darkness, shaped into a weapon, meant to destroy everything good and bright. He had done terrible things in service to a terrible master. But in the end, he had chosen differently. In the end, he had found his way home. Not to the world he had left behind. That door was closed forever. The boy who had fallen through the veil was gone, replaced by someone harder, someone darker, someone who had seen too much ever to go back to what he was. But this world, this Middle-earth with its green fields and blue skies and people who believed in second chances, this could be home too, a different kind of home, a better kind maybe. The stars were out now, brilliant and clear, in a way they never were in Mordor. Harry looked up at them and felt something like peace settle into his bones. "Come on," he said, pulling Zimrafil toward their house. "Shadow will be getting hungry, and I think Faramir is coming for dinner tonight." "Faramir's always coming for dinner. I think he just likes my cooking." "Everyone likes your cooking. It's a vast improvement over orc rations." Zimrafil laughed, a sound Harry had learned to treasure more than gold. That's a very low bar to clear, and yet you clear it every time. They walked together toward the warm lights of their home. Shadow bounding out of the darkness to greet them with enthusiastic licks and wagging tail. Asgu circling overhead before settling on her perch. It was a strange life, Harry thought. A life he never could have imagined. A life built from the ruins of everything he'd once believed. But it was his life, his choice, his home. And that made all the difference in the world. Inside the house, warmth and firelight, and the smell of cooking food. Faramir was already there, helping Zimrafil in the kitchen, the two of them laughing about something Harry couldn't hear. Shadow bounded past him to claim his spot by the fire, and Asgu settled onto her perch with a contented screech. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment, watching them, his family. Not the one he'd been born to. Not the one he'd lost when he fell through the veil. But family nonetheless, chosen and earned and fought for. Zimrafil looked up and caught him watching. Are you going to stand there all night, or are you going to come help? Just enjoying the view, Harry said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. Faramir handed him a cup of wine. To the future, the captain of Gondor said, raising his own cup. To peace, to friendship, and to second chances. To second chances, Harry and Zimrafil echoed together. They drank and they ate, and they talked late into the night about everything and nothing, about the rebuilding of Gondor and the future of Middle-earth, about old wounds that were slowly healing and new dreams that were just beginning to form, about the people they'd lost and the people they'd found and the long, strange road that had brought them all together. When Faramir finally left, promising to return soon, Harry and Zimrafil sat together by the fire, Shadow sleeping at their feet, the stars visible through the window. I never thanked you properly, Harry said quietly. For what? For believing in me. For choosing to come with me when you could have stayed safe in Mordor. For everything. Zimrafil was quiet for a moment. I didn't believe in you at first, she admitted. When we first met, I thought you were just another piece on Sauron's board. Another tool to be used and discarded. But you kept surprising me. You kept being human when everyone around you was a monster. You kept finding ways to be kind in a place that punished kindness. I wasn't always kind, Harry said. I did terrible things. So did I. So did everyone who survived Mordor. But you tried to be better. You tried to hold on to something good, even when holding on meant suffering. She turned to look at him, her dark eyes reflecting the firelight. That's why I believed in you. That's why I followed you. Because you showed me that it was possible to choose differently, even when every choice seemed impossible. Harry reached out and took her hand. We chose together. We saved each other.
Yes,
she said softly. We did. They sat there together as the fire burned low. Two survivors of darkness learning what it meant to live in light. Outside, the stars turned slowly overhead. The same stars that had watched over Middle-earth since its creation. The same stars that would watch over it for ages yet to come. Sauron was gone. The shadow had passed. And Harry Potter The boy who fell between worlds had finally found his place. Not as the Black Prince, not as a weapon or a vessel or a tool, but as himself, flawed and scarred and human, with a home and a family and a future worth fighting for. It wasn't the life he'd expected. It wasn't the life anyone would have predicted for the abused child in the cupboard under the stairs. But it was his life, and for the first time that was enough. THEND years later, when travelers asked about the strange wizard who lived in Ithilien with his black Númenórean wife, and his tame warg, and his misshapen fell beast, the people of Gondor would tell them a story. They would tell of a boy who fell between worlds, who was raised by darkness but chose the light. They would tell of battles fought and sacrifices made, of redemption earned through blood and tears. They would tell of a man who had every reason to hate the world and chose to love it instead. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the stars were bright and the wind was still, those travelers would catch a glimpse of a figure standing on a hillside, looking west toward the sea. A wizard, a survivor, a man who had found his way home. Harry Potter, the boy who fell, who finally rose, and who, against all odds, against every expectation and every dark prophecy that had ever been spoken about him, found happiness and peace and love in a world that had given him every possible reason to despair.